Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with session number 2 of Ironclad Covenant. This is a trilogy game that is based on the contents of a book put out by Buckstar Games, who is sponsoring this game series. Ben is a good friend and a fantastic game designer. This is a really clever adventure. And there's a lot in this book that is mind-blowingly well organized. Again, the term that kept coming up whenever I was looking through it was accessibility. All the information is just right where it needs to be when you need it. But all that being said, tonight's session is called Kidding Around. We are going to get to business here in just a little bit, but before we do, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on all the beginning of my games, and that is, if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then this is not a good place for you to spend time. It's also not a good time for you to spend space, whatever the fuck that means. But I'm going to pass things over to my players here in just a moment so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they might have going on, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, or anything else that comes to mind. And then I think we're going to get started. So, what else? This is going to be an exhibition of this adventure, so this is not encapsulating of the entirety of the book. This is just a little taste in 3 parts. I highly recommend, if you enjoy what you see here in the game, that you follow the link that's in the description and go buy yourself a copy. Support Ben in his tremendous work. So, speaking of tremendous, I'm going to hand things over now, and we're going to start with Alan.
Hello, internets. Yes, my name is Alan, and I am playing Silas Thorne, a shadow magic sorcerer who's inflicted with a blight from the not the far realm. What's the Twilight realm? I can't think of it. It's off my head.
Shadowfell.
Shadowfell. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. And I am just a big fan of Jeremy and my fellow players here, so I am just happy to be here to play some D&D and have some fun. So thanks, Jeremy.
Absolutely my pleasure, Alan, as always, man. And thank you. So happy that we got to game with each other again. It's been a while. So, yeah. All right. Speaking of been a while, next up is Kenya.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Hi, internets. I'm Kenya and Acer Sin on these here webs. I too am just excited to be here to play games with people I have not been able to play games with in a while, except for Jeremy. I play with him more often than... Wait, no, that sounded terrible. No. Never mind. No. Okay. Now I'm embarrassed. I'm playing a paladin, and I'm gonna go. So, next up.
Okay, then. All right. You heard it here first, folks. All right. Next up, speaking of playing with you, Nathan.
I also play with Jeremy as often as possible. And I'm doing that right now, and that's all I'm going to say.
Oh, that's seriously all you're going to say. Perfect. Oh. Next up, we've got Jason.
Hello, I am Jason Osorio playing Tegan Hemlock, a Hex Blood Arcane Trickster Rogue. I'm pretty sure I said Hex Blade last time because, you know, as everyone that has ever played a TTRPG online knows, words are hard sometimes, as maybe Kenya just exhibited. Anyway, I am very happy to be back here on the Erasmus Expeditions. And as far as plugging other stuff, I'm just going to do this. I'm sure we'll talk about it maybe later on. But anyway, you should definitely also tune into the Erasmus Expeditions again this upcoming Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the second half of One in the Chamber, which is going to be absolutely insane. It's the Fiasco game that Jeremy is sort of facilitating and also playing in. It's going to be a blast. But yes, very happy to be back. Very happy to be playing with all these amazing people and playing this creepy rogue person. And I will pass it back to Jeremy to pass it on to the next person.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely looking forward to Sunday. Fiasco is always just one of those off the rails experience. There is no way that you can anticipate where things are going to end. with a game like Fiasco, and it's a lot of fun to discover what exactly is going to happen, and how it all unfolds in the moment, like with everybody else. It's a very energized style of playing a game. And Fiasco, if you have not played it, I highly recommend you go try it. And yeah, come by on Sunday and watch us wrap this train wreck up. All right. Last but not least, I love you, Mabel. Speaking of train wrecks, Tamiko.
Oh, hi. I'm Tamiko. You caught me lightly spilling some beer on my brand new shirt. I admittedly, I have a drinking problem. You bear witness. It's here forever now on the internet. You can catch me normally when I'm not here slumming around Jeremy's channel. Over at Mini Terrain Domain, we play Pathfinder on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And on Thursdays, we play our long-running Kids on Bikes campaign, which got a little wild last time. Good chance somebody's actively dying right now, so go check it out. It's a good time to be had by all. I am playing in this game Wynn Bixley, a average run-of-the-mill fighter who maybe has a little bit of a death wish. Who can say? Just basing this off of last time. She's friends with Ash. She's pretty comfortable around all these guys at this point, all these other folks. And yeah, we're going to see what we can get up to tonight.
Absolutely. And as Tamiko has said, if you have not checked out my friend Jake's channel over at Mini Terrain Domain on Twitch, I highly recommend going and checking out his stuff. Very top-notch production, top-notch game mastering, and he has a ton of fantastic people who play on his channel. And sometimes he lets me play too. But yes, last night was incredible. We came back from a month-long hiatus, and everybody brought their A game. There's some really, really powerful stuff. So yeah. Okay, I think that's everything. I do want to say again, thank you to Ben for sponsoring this game and for letting us joke around with his content a little bit and roll some dice. So I think without further ado, we can actually start this. Let's go. Cooled lava forms walls and passages that resemble black flowstone. A din that looks as if it were poured into existence, instead of built by the hands of any natural creature. Everywhere are strewn the fetishes of forbidden magic bathed in dim candlelight. It is a collection gathered with the patient dedication of a carrion bird. This is a place of power. A gilded cage is uncovered to once more reveal the horrid, severed head of a twistedly cruel fae. Its eyes flit about rapidly until it spies the dark mistress, who now commands its otherworldly voyeuristic gaze. As the orbs in its skull illuminate, projecting their vision upon the wall, we see what it sees. We see what she sees. Just as reluctant as the sun seemed to be to rise here in the Forest of Mains, so too did it seem to withdraw from this accursed place with great haste. Darkness closes in around the 5 heroes as they approach the village of Rowansburg, whose torches could be seen sputtering to life as the world turns to deepening shades of violet. Alas, some of those flickering flames now draw nearer, lumbering forward between the silhouetted trunks of the twisted trees. So as we rejoin the party here in the Forest of Mains, just outside of the village, how do we find the five of you? What is the mood, the conversation that is unfolding? This is the part where y'all play the game.
Yes, yes, thank you,
Okay,
Jeremy.
okay, yep, just clarifying.
I appreciate it. I was a little confused. I was like, wait, are we supposed to be doing something, or is Jeremy gonna give us some more beautiful narration? Anyway, no, I think we see Tegan back on her kind of black furred steed. Imagine again more towards the rear of the pack. I think she has this leather-bound journal that she found in the still hideout, kind of like on her lap, and she has Gwyn, her old kind of elderly bat familiar, on her shoulder, and she has the little Naira moppet kind of in her lap, almost like a child that she is reading this journal to. And I think she's just sort of humming under her breath some like old Faro Valley folk song that maybe people that grew up in this area would know. And maybe coincidentally, maybe it's just ironic, who knows. It is the song that sort of tells the story of a bear that looks like a man, a sickly individual, a hidden angel, and a lone soldier traveling towards some distant destination on some never-ending quest. And yeah, again, she just seems relatively relaxed. So I think every now and again her eyes kind of flit up towards the distant specter of Rowansburg, as she continues sort of riding behind the others.
I think that Wynn is kind of more up towards the front of the pack, probably with Ash, question mark. And we're hearing Tegan talking to her little bat, and there's just like there's the sing-song voice of the actual reading, and then the occasional giggle coming from her, I can imagine. And Wynn just keeps kind of looking back whenever something's particularly high pitched or loud. And she turns to Ash and says, "You know, it still bothers me that the damn bat's name is Gwyn." Muted.
Its parents couldn't have known any better when they named it.
I think Tegan's voice just pipes up from like the rear of the group. I named the bat. It's my familiar. What do you mean? The bat's parent? Are you drunk, Ash?
She just kind of giggles and like, well, not giggles, but like she smirks at Wynn and then like kind of winks an eye, just indicating that she knows exactly what she said and that she did it kind of just to poke at Tegan a little bit. And, um, well,
Silly.
I'd tell you to kill it and then it wouldn't be a problem, but she just resummon it. So
Rude.
I don't have an answer. Why does it bother you so much? Because it's so close to your name?
Yes.
Maybe she has feelings of affection for you then. She's paying
Absolutely.
some sort of adoring fan service to you.
I can't wait to get off of this damned horse.
Mm. It will be nice. Have you noticed if Naira's luck has changed over the night, or has anything untoward happened to her again?
Has anything untoward happened?
I don't know what Jeremy will say in the grand scheme of things if that's changed. What I do know is Naira has taken a few of the empty bottles, the empty potion bottles that we found on the corpses, and he's been studying one of them specifically and contemplating, because they seem to be similar to the vials that were found on his best friend when he was found dead. But when you ask, he's been kind of just rolling one over in his hands and studying every facet of it. But when you ask if his luck has changed, if anything different has happened, you hear a shattering noise as he drops the current bottle he's looking at, thankfully empty, shatters on the ground, and he just rummages in a satchel and pulls out another one and continues examining it as if nothing had happened.
Nope, no change.
How much longer till we're at the city limits?
Is that
anyone
Kenya
have an
asking
idea?
me or?
Oh, that's
I
just
don't know.
Kenya
What do I
asking
look
out
like,
in
a
general.
garment?
A garment. Yeah, how long does it seem like we have till we get there?
You are literally able to see the torchlights from the village, and again, some of the torches seem to be making their way through the trees towards you.
Silas would ride up next to Naira, and once pretty side saddled close, he holds out his, like, kind of unfurl his hand from his robe and just extends it out. I need a lock of your hair.
Right, and he pulls his great axe from a loop on the saddle and grabs it up by the head and just grabs a chunk of hair and just starts sawing with the great axe and until he has probably way more hair than you need, and passes it to you.
Silas takes it and he sniffs it. Yeah, this will do. And you see he has a poultice. It's got some cloves of garlic, some cloves, and other general herbs in there. And he, using a cantrip, just as the hair just kind of lights, and he drops it into the poultice and then begins to close it up. Put this under your mattress tonight. It should keep you from having nightmares, at least.
All right, thank you. I don't suppose that will change my luck as well. As he fumbles this glass bottle real quick and pulls it close to his chest.
The dream world is just as deadly as the waking world. And the witch, well, let's just say you don't want her visiting you there.
Naira just kind of nods, and I think he has a kind of a flashback to the woman that helped him overcome his own wasting illness. And if she can help someone out of the situation that Naira was in just a few short years ago, he's probably understands that he doesn't want someone like that running amok in his dreams either.
I think Naira, as you kind of come out of this sort of brief remembrance, I think you see like the little like ragdoll head of the Moppet like staring over Tegan's shoulder at you. But then when she sees the torches approaching, she immediately starts like putting all this away. I think she knows like obviously witchcraft or any kind of signs of witchcraft are probably not welcome in Roansburg. So she'll tuck the Moppet away, probably put Gwyn in the satchel as well. And just try to, I imagine she'd probably even pop the hood of her cloak up just to seem a little more normal looking as she can. As she'll kind of nod in the direction of the approaching torches without saying anything, just kind of wondering who this is.
You see that the amount of torches ahead are numerous. It looks like it's probably over a dozen or so torches, and you can hear like it's not really shouting. It's just like raised voices. That this group is definitely agitated, and eventually, as you get closer, you see a panicked halfling that's trailing this angry mob that's marching in the dark forest near this road. He begins jumping and pointing in your direction. Look, they can help. He quickly runs towards your group. Please, tell me you'll help us find and return the children. I have gold. Please.
And she'll kind of side eye over at Wynn as to which one of us wants to take the lead on this one and just kind of wait. She kicks her horse up a little bit more and takes off a couple clops forward as Wynn just kind of gives her the eye of no, not happening. And she gets closer to the halfling and the group of people. It seems to be the trouble here.
The angry mob has kind of like formed like a small cluster, kind of not behind the halfling as much, but just like they're pulling together in defense almost. The halfling steps a good 10 paces or so away to kind of the side of your horse. Yes, there are children missing from Owensburg. Their parents
They're aware.
are understandably upset, and they want to go and try to find them. But every time that they go into the woods, they fall asleep, and then I have to try to collect them all before the next morning, and not all of them are returning. So I'm trying to tell them, I'm trying to reason with them. He kind of shouts back towards the group. Perhaps it is not the best idea to go traipsing around the forest of the Mains at night. For regular village folk, that is. For seasoned adventurers such as yourself, I'm sure there is very little threat at all.
If we do this for you, if we fall asleep, will you drag us out?
Of course, yes. I can come and find you and bring you back to the village.
Why
You're
aren't
free
you
to stay
falling
as long as
asleep
you'd
in the
like.
forest?
Well, I don't go out to the forest at night.
Well, why don't they just go during the day then?
I don't know. That's a wonderful idea. He turns around. Why don't you all just go back to your homes, and in the morning, then we can go searching for the missing children. The angry mob starts screaming and punching their torches in the air. We're going to go now. There's no more time to waste.
I am going to use minor illusion, and as one of my meta magics, it's subtle, so I don't have to say anything. Basically, I could just cast it without somatic or basically anyone knowing. So I'm going to use minor illusion to create a sound that's going to sound like some horrible cacophony of creatures gnashing and gnawing in the dark beyond the torchlight.
Okay. The villagers
simply
jump
say,
and tremble.
by all means.
They cluster together tighter. The halfling likewise jumps. You see? He kind of points in the direction of this strange noise that you conjured. The villagers speak up. Well, it's not like we don't know where we're going. Straight to Bronwyn's. Straight back.
Go back to your homes. Things always look better in the light of day. You'll merely get yourselves killed.
But our children are out there.
And what good are your children if their parents are eaten or worse? How long ago were they taken?
Several of them. have gone missing over the last few weeks. Yes. I'm afraid there's no sign of any of them. 7 in total so far. All of them under the age of 5.
How far out from the Hag's Eye are we, Jeremy?
I would think it's probably weeks to maybe a month or so.
Everyone knows that a witch does not eat her prey until the Hag's Moon. There's still time yet. And I'm probably just making that up just to buy time, but
Sure.
but just to try to put their minds at ease.
Okay. Roll an intimidation or persuasion, whichever you think best fits your little speech there.
I'd like to kind of back him up on that just by simply stating there are at least 23 days before the moon.
Perfect.
That's
so,
a
you can have advantage if
23
you'd like.
on persuasion.
Okay. So reason seems to kind of take hold a little. They shift from being quite as aggressive. They become, their desperation becomes much more apparent. And several of the parents approach you, begging you to find their child, to bring them back. If they're not going to be able to go into the woods, then it's clear that they believe you are the best chance that their individual child or the children as a collective would have. Several of them are breaking down emotionally, just crying, and a few of them offer trinkets, mementos to your group. A lantern, 2 pints of oil. One of the parents, the parent of Kylie, gives you a lucky rabbit's foot. The parent of Robert gives you a carved wooden horse. And the parent of Leia gives you a stuffed bear.
Oh, Ash, look at them all crying. Maybe we should give it a shot. What's the worst that happens? We fall asleep?
We run into a... She looks over at Naira and friend.
They did mention the name Bronwyn, correct?
They did mention the name Bronwyn.
They absolutely did. Yes.
I think that Naira would then say, I don't know if she will be exactly a friend, but I doubt she will be an enemy unless we provoke her. She's at least helped me in the past.
I think Tegan has been very quiet since Bronwyn was mentioned, but you see these kind of serpentine eyes flashing beneath the cowl of her cloak as she regards these like weeping people trying to foist these trinkets into the hands of the group. And hearing kind of what Naira has said, she says, her voice like surprisingly cold. She just says, I can get us to where we need to go. I am a little surprised. And she's actually going to look at the halfling. Why do they think that Bronwyn the Black is responsible for taking their children?
Well, Bronwyn is an isolated individual. She prefers her privacy, and understandably so, but she's also a strange woman, keeps odd habits, strange hours of the night, and
They
according
think she's
to
a witch, and they look down on that.
So
well,
because she is eccentric, because she prefers her privacy, and I think in this like weird way, maybe it's just like the darkness of the day, but Tegan, who is already very sort of like tall and slender, seems to grow taller somehow, and then that smile comes out, but it is like a dagger being pulled from its sheath. So because she is eccentric and prefers her privacy, you suspect her of this treachery. That is very interesting. It almost sounds like, and I think sort of in a similar vein to Silas, though hers is not without some kind of component. I think there is like this rumbling, almost like the trees are stirring behind the group as she will also cast Minor Illusion. It sounds like you're just looking for someone to blame. We'll take care of this for you, but if it is not Bronwyn, then there will be a reckoning for you, little man, and for the rest of you as well.
I have tried to talk them out of going after Bronwyn. I don't believe it is Bronwyn. It wasn't my idea.
Then who do you think it is?
I'm not sure. I'm conducting my own investigation. It is ongoing.
Tegan makes some kind of insight check. Like she is, I think this is probably the angriest you have ever seen her in this, however long we've known each other. But I think she's curious. You know, this halfling, to Ash's point, is the only one that seems to not potentially be affected by this sleeping situation. She just get like a read on how he's feeling right now, beyond just concerned potentially.
Absolutely.
I'd like to roll an insight on that too, please.
Absolutely.
Please roll better than me, Kenya, because I rolled booty. That's a 10.
19 total.
Much
19. Okay. You are having a hard time discerning Tegan.
I think she's too angry.
This person is just a tedious man. And this probably kind of clouding your assessment here. But Ash, you on the other hand, you seem to have a pretty good idea of this halfling and where he stands in the situation, and he seems genuine in his assertion that he did not turn the crowd this way on Bronwyn. While he obviously does not seem to know or trust Bronwyn overly well, it does not seem like he has her in mind as far as the culprit goes.
Kind of looking down at him and reading this, she'll look over at Tegan and Tegan, calm.
She breathes in and then exhales and seems to kind of shrink back to her ordinary, like 6 foot whatever. Go ahead.
Oh God, no, go ahead.
No, please. Go ahead.
She'll kind of at this point, because he moved over to her horse when she went a little bit ahead, she will lean over, and he's a halfling, so I'm gonna assume you know, he doesn't weigh a whole ton, but she'll kind of reach down and grab him, maybe by like the back of the clothing, like the back of the shirt or something, and lift him and plop him on the horse in front of her.
Excuse me?
Come on. You're going to tell us what your investigations have uncovered. We need a room at an inn. And she'll just start heading towards the town.
At Precious Ash, a moment. I think if we are we going to do this for these people? Is that the idea?
We'll decide when we hear his investigation.
Very well. I do think she's actually going to ride over to you, Naira. And maybe to your surprise, she hands you the moppet. She hands you the rag doll, like without a word, just kind of holds it out to you to take. And she kind of like locks eyes with you and just says, I appreciate you speaking well of my mother, or as well as you could, given the circumstances.
Naira actually looks at the ragdoll of himself and looks afraid to even touch it. I have a tendency to break the things I touch.
You know what? That's a good point. I will hang on to this.
I appreciate the gesture, but that may be safer in your hands than mine.
Fair enough. Let's go hear what this halfling has to say. And she'll kind of dig her heels into her horse and follow Ash. And what is this halfling's name? Do we even know what this halfling's name is?
You have not heard.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Little man.
Little man.
As you turn to kind of ride back towards the town, the villagers are gathered together, still kind of in this close knot. And there's a lot of like agitated whispering like going on between them.
They're not going to go help the children. Look, they're looking for a place to sleep for free. We should just go on our own. We know where we're going. Lyle's convinced that it's her. All we have to do is go, and there's more of us than there are of her. One of us will get through. And then we'll find the children and bring them back.
They're holding torches, I assume.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Using prestidigitation, which is also subtled, I am going to snuff out their torches one by one. Just encapsulating them in darkness as we're riding into town.
The first several of the torches kind of go out, and somebody kind of looks at it and kind of curses, but after the third or fourth one goes out, I don't know, maybe an ill omen. There's a foul wind. They definitely seem like they are having third thoughts.
I think Tegan's going to ride up a little bit closer to you, Ash, and just say, I don't think we should stay here. I think we should go out tonight. We can rest in the woods if need be. We can talk to... What's your name? Just kind of look down at the halfling. You have really nice sideburns, but what's your name?
He kind of straightens his, nice clothing compared to, the rest of the villagers. It's a little threadbare in the elbows and the knees, but you can tell money was spent on it at one point. My name is Mayor Logan Pondil.
You're the mayor? I mean,
I am
great.
the mayor of Roadsburg, yes. He says with like no small amount of pride as he kind of puffs his chest out.
Got it. I don't think we should stay here tonight. I think we should leave now.
I didn't really intend on staying here. I just wanted to get him away from them so we could talk to him.
Well, let's do that in the woods. And I think she'll lower her voice a little bit more, kind of lean into you, Ash, and say, and I can get us past whatever strange sleeping magic is happening in the woods. Trust me.
She'll kind of, with a very just stern face, she looks down at the mayor, who's probably kind of half looking at them as we're talking, and, well, Mayor, fancy a walk in the woods?
No, not particularly, no, but...
I like nature, too.
If there are questions that need answering, and it could help bring about the end of this tragedy, then yes, I will take a walk with you in the woods.
It's a marvelous night for a moon dance, Mayor Logan.
Yes, I shan't stay gone too long. I do have duties, after all, here in Roadsburg that I must attend to, most urgently. Okay?
Yes.
So, the villagers, relieved that it seems like something is being done, and maybe more than a little spooked. They return to the village of Roansburg as Mayor Pondil goes for a wee stroll. Not wee because he's small, but I mean, well, maybe that too.
Why not both?
¿Por qué no dos?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Okay. So he walks or rides in company with your group for a small while. He doesn't seem like he knows what he should be saying just yet. What can I offer you that may help with your resolution to this matter.
When you're
Do you
walking around the woods and during the daytime and you're hauling people out who fell asleep, are they uninjured?
Yes, those that I have managed to find are uninjured. They may have a bump or scrape here or there from falling asleep rather dramatically and suddenly, it seems like. But no, they seem to have simply blacked out, lost track of time.
Do you have any theories on what's disappearing people? Bears?
Bandits.
Badgers?
It could be bandits, yes, it is possible. There are perhaps other witches in the area that are not merely Bronwyn. I have a fondness for Bronwyn. She's a very endearing woman, but not all witches are. If any of the rumors are to be believed. Again, kind of looks at Tegan uneasy.
She's wonderful. I like you more and more with every word you speak, Mayor Logan.
Yes. Are you a witch?
She kind of tilts her head to the side. Something along those lines.
Oh, you can see the
I
color
ain't
kind of
never
rise in his
seen
face.
Tegan. I ain't never seen Tegan kidnap or eat a child ever.
Well, if you
Well-
think about it, would I let you see me do something like that, Wynn? You are a soldier. I saw the way you gutted those bandits. I don't want to end up like that.
Oh, my. Gutting bandits and witches.
Not witches, just bandits.
I burn the evil witches. She just kind of smirks at him.
He kind of looks around to see if there's like any comforting face in this group of like.
You were with the wrong group, buddy. Maybe the bear man.
He's now kind of questioning whether he should have gotten in this car or not.
Speaking of the bear man, as he kind of looks back to Naira has reached up and is feeling this bald spot on the back of his head, and he has the angriest look on his face that you've ever seen, and you just hear him muttering, "Should have used my hand axe."
So, your intention is to just approach the hut of Bronwyn the Black?
I think so. At the very least, she might be able to point us in the direction of where the children are.
Yes, that's a commanding lead.
And I can keep us safe from the sleeping magic.
Yes, but what about the demon?
Oh, there's a demon now. Problems on top of
Oh.
problems. You didn't mention a demon.
Well, some of the parents who have gone out looking at night have claimed to have seen a black demon with horns and yellow eyes. Supposedly it haunts the woods near the village. I'm not sure I believe such things, but you never know.
Does that sound like anything familiar-ish, Jeremy?
So, Tegan, given your history and your connection, the only thing that seems like it might ring about what he's saying is Obadiah. Obadiah is the giant goat that Bronwyn calls a pet.
Righteous.
He lives kind of in the area around her hut, and you could apply the word demon. He's definitely kind of an asshole from time to time, but he is a very large black goat, and he has horns and yellow eyes.
I think she kind of smiles again. They're just like wide, far too toothy, far too crooked smile, and then she'll say, "I don't think that's a demon, Mayor Logan. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any interest in children." Hmm. That is curious, though. I wonder why or who, more importantly, is doing this. It seems it could just be because the Hag's Eye Moon is imminent, but it does seem a little odd. Who, and she'll actually look more closely at the mayor, who was the one suggesting that Bronwyn the Black was responsible for this? Was there a particular person that was pointing in that direction?
Well, yes, there was Lyle Roan. He's the high priest in Roansburg.
Ah.
A fairly new arrival. The very large cathedral. It's quite beautiful. He paid for it himself.
Hmm.
Where does he hail from?
I'm not quite sure where he has spent most of his life, but his grandfather actually founded the town of Roansburg. That's why his name is the same.
His child is missing?
Oh, no, he has no children. But he is quite astute and very intelligent. He's quite loved by the villagers.
Hmm.
He had a lot of good points. I don't know that I believe him. Again, he kind of again gestures towards Tegan. But he did make some sense.
Hmm. Well, I think we talk to Bronwyn and see what she has to say, and hopefully she'll be able to point us to where the missing children are, or at least give us another person to pursue. Though I think she swivels her eyes over to you, Ash, kind of pointedly, seeming to reference this high priest. Just kind of like, might be interesting to kind of take a look at that as well, potentially, if we don't find anything out here in the woods. But yeah, I think she'll actually kind of swing her horse around and kind of take point and start leading the group towards Bronwyn's hut, wherever that would be in the area.
Before you get too far, I think the mayor kind of, perhaps maybe I should return to the village now. Just before we get too far away. Again, I would really rather not traverse the forest in the dark by myself.
Ash will just stop the horse. She'll look at the rest of the group. Should I let him go?
I mean, if you go back now,
Let
you'll
me
be traversing the forest by yourself in the dark. Why not just stay with us? I promise you'll be fine. Just be polite, be respectful. Everything will be fine, and we'll bring you back.
Well, I suppose maybe I could, as long as I'm with your group, maybe I could be safe well enough.
There you go. Put some big boy pants on, little man. You'll be fine with us.
Brutal Wynn.
Very well. He kind of straightens his ascot.
It's a nice ascot. All right.
I'll work out.
I'll work out. Halfling squats.
Well, he got those badonks. He reluctantly will agree to continue traveling with your group as you head deeper into the woods. Into the woods. Okay. The Forest of Mains.
Part 2.
The old-growth forest comprises twisted and gnarled trees, while a low-hanging mist obscures the uneven ground. The screech of beasts in the undergrowth sets off the fluttering of wings. An earthy, wet scent pervades the area. Every sound here seems to create a muffled, haunted echo, and you cannot shake the sense that you are being watched. Someone, a volunteer, if you would please. Alan, was that you waggling your finger?
Yeah.
Was that a volunteer? All right. Excellent. Silas, At some point, you see something odd in a nearby tree. Something dark and flowy, kind of as if the wind is kind of like catching it lightly. That might be, game recognizing game. But you notice this kind of unnatural movement. Like everything else is kind of like, moved by the wind, but it's kind of stiff. This is definitely like flowing and graceful.
Yeah. Okay, so I just see this figure in the trees there.
You
Okay.
see something.
Something.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say reveal thyself, and I will use my prestidigitation to basically color, if you will, this waving dark figure. So basically like highlighting it in the trees.
You give this proclamation, you cast your magic out. There is no response. The cloth is what it seems to be. Seems to change color as your magic kind of imbues it, maybe from black to white. So the moon kind of catches it and gives it this kind of like ethereal glow. But it doesn't, other than the wind kind of causing this fabric to move, it's not moving in and of itself. Like it's stationary.
Practical, but seems like this would keep lesser individuals away.
Do you want someone to get that down for you, or are you
No.
interested in it?
No, this is I assume this is merely just a way of warding off villagers. Something to spook them.
Spooky black cloth. Fair enough.
As you're looking in its direction, you can see that it is not merely black cloth. There seems to be a mask, a skull that's affixed to this thing. And it's, when I say hanging from the tree, it's not high up in the trees. It's probably 4 or 5 feet off the ground. So at first, very easy to mistake it as a person.
Sure. Does anybody want to investigate this further?
Yeah. Kind of noticing this conversation that's going on here. Ash will turn and start looking at this thing, and does this look like anything that she's familiar with, or is there like anything, kind of scrawled like runes or something on the skull, like etched into it? What's going on here? Do I see more of them? Are these like kind of tokens hung in other trees?
You have not seen anything else like this. You have seen more of these wicker statues here and there, but nothing quite like this. And again, it's kind of this black shroud, if you will, that is also attached to a mask that has horns, antlers affixed to it. And it seems to be made out of bone. It doesn't really look like a skull necessarily, but it's kind of been like lashed together from several different like animal bones, it looks like. And in its eye sockets, you see 2 yellow marbles, like glass marbles. If you would like, you can make an investigation roll.
Okay, yeah, please. Ooh, 24.
Holy shit. Okay. So not only are you easily able to tell that this shroud, the loose fabric that it's made from, could easily be enough to fit around a small or a medium-sized creature and be like worn. In addition, as you're kind of looking at this thing, the light just happens to shine inside of this mask well enough that you notice that there are a few blonde hairs that are stuck inside the mask.
Hairs. She looks to Tegan and Silas, and then over finally to Wynn and Naira, and she'll kind of like probably scooch her horse up to Naira's, and here, take this, and she'll kind of move the mare from one horse to the other, and she'll then she'll kind of hop off her horse and walk up to this thing and get really close to it and start looking at it, and over her shoulder to the group. There are hairs in here. Blonde hairs. Should I take it down?
I mean, unless someone is planning to put it on, which I don't recommend, I don't think so. I think it'd be better to just leave it where it is.
How is this hanging on this tree, in this tree? Does it look like it was purposely put here, or is this something that perhaps was lost in haste?
This definitely looks like it was purposefully like hung here. There's like a broken branch or something that, you know, kind of sticks out from the tree, you know, neck height or something, and it was definitely like hung onto this peg, if you will. It does not look like its intention was to be on display, to like scare people away, like Silas had kind of first, ventured to guess, because it's kind of like on the back side of a tree, and it's kind of up against the tree itself. Seems to be only kind of like happenstance that he saw the cloth kind of blowing in the wind.
So perhaps somebody is leaving this here to collect, right? So come out in the woods, adorn this cloak and mask, and take children, kind of thing.
That could be. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. That could be your, she'll kind of point to the headdress mask thing and look to the mayor. That could be your demon right there, potentially.
It certainly looks like one, he says, kind of shrinking away from it a little.
Maybe we do take it, just so no one else can use it. Although, and I think she's actually going to kind of like reach over with her long arms, kind of pick up the mayor and put him on her horse. No offense, Naira. Maybe give the mask to Naira.
This is just a Tamiko suggestion because Wynn isn't smart enough to come up with it. But if we assume that somebody is kind of stashing this outfit here and coming, going back and forth to it whenever the urge strikes them to abscond with some children, would there be tracks or anything of that nature, like in the area, showing like maybe from whence they came or where they went?
Sounds like possibly survival rolls if anybody wants to make one.
Not
Yeah,
I.
I could get down and look.
I'll try.
Everybody's scouting about.
It's a 19 for survival.
Nice.
Okay.
16 for Tegan.
You both notice that there is a large amount of game that seems to come through here. Not all of it small woodland creatures. Some of it is, wolf, bear, sometimes things that are not really what we would consider like a natural animal. Again, the Forest of Mains is definitely known for its abundance of threats, especially predatory animals and monsters. as far as like shod feet, there's definitely a number of sets that you see coming and going. Again, you've kind of been following a trail, more or less going to where Bronwyn's hut is. Tegan seems to know the direction rather well. So giant goats, definitely. So you definitely see a few different sets of prints that have kind of like come and gone over a length of time. The ground here is fairly well packed, and I don't think that it has necessarily rained recently. So there's not like any what you would call like super recent footprints.
Would maybe Naira, with his high check, would he be able to see if maybe there are any more of those blonde hairs on the ground? The same ones that were caught kind of in the mask or the headdress thing, maybe?
I don't think that there are any really to be found necessarily.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I do think on the way to the hut, I think Tegan with the mayor is gonna ride up beside you actually, Silas. Kind of look at you for a moment and say, so, I've been wanting to talk to you about this, but I know your feelings on the subject. I'm just curious since we are heading to meet my mother. You know, and she'll kind of trail her eyes down to the blight on your arm. You could make a deal. I could help you make a deal better than the one that your ancestor made that blighted your bloodline. She's my mother. Could put in a good word for you. Instead of relying on your disease for power, you could claim your own power.
That is an interesting offer, but how do I not know that I would simply just be trading one cursed for another generation to be held upon?
Because, unlike your ancestor, whoever he or she was, and whatever he or she wanted, you know that you are asking someone very powerful to change destiny on your behalf. There's always going to be a price associated with something like that, Silas. And sometimes the price might change. And if you don't keep yourself aware of those changes, then she kind of shrugs, almost like completely ignoring the the mayor who's still sitting on her horse. All I'm saying is, in all seriousness, it is a shame to see you suffer so much, and this could be a way to end your suffering. And that is something I am interested in, and I assume you are as well.
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I guess it's just I don't know, lived with this for so long. It's more or less a part of me now, but
Do you want it to be?
the power that it's given me, and I know I'm doomed for this world if I maintain this, then blight will consume me. But it's allowed me to do things that others cannot. And with this Haggai's moon on the horizon, I fear without this power, I may be powerless.
That's fair.
But I will heal her out. I will hear what deal she'll be willing to make, and if I am willing to make the sacrifice, to pay the price, to sever the tie and bind anew. I hope that she doesn't ask too much.
Well, if you don't want me to, I won't bring it up. But if you want to bring it up, you certainly can, and I will, again, put in a good word for you. It's just something I was thinking about. But if you are content to wield this power, despite the knowledge that this will eventually kill you, as it almost killed me when I was just a child, then that's your decision to make.
For what it's worth, I think it's commendable that you took a negative and turned it into a positive.
I like you, Mayor Logan.
Well, thank you.
Kind of like gives him a little pat on the head.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, yes.
What color is your priest's hair?
Lyle Roan? Why, kind of a goldish hue. Blonde. I would say, yes. Why?
I'm partial to redheads. I was just wondering.
Oh, he says, and he kind of like, again, the color rises in his face. He's kind of this strawberry blonde. He's misreading the situation, I'm certain.
With a priestess sash?
Aw, adorable.
She raises an eyebrow at Wynn. Kind of like sneaks her horse over and keeps her voice low so the mayor can't hear her. She kind of leans into her and it just seems that it would make sense that the priest claiming the witch is responsible, who has golden hair, perhaps has a mask to be a demon to scare townfolk.
You can see Wynn's facial expression shift from to oh, as she finally understands your line of questioning.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the most obvious answer is the easiest one to blame when you're trying to cover up your own actions.
Wonder how, if they're new to town, I wonder how they got everybody to love and trust them that fast.
That is a very good question. I bet Silas and Tegan might know. I have some idea of magics that can do that.
Speaking of the magics that Tegan may know, Jason, if you would please, tell me how it is that Bronwyn's hut is protected by this veil that puts people to sleep. What is it exactly? How does this function? And how is it that Tegan knows how to bypass it?
I think it's almost as if, we've been writing for a while, and then I think it's a very slow and subtle thing. The air just kind of starts to distort a little bit, like heat distortion coming off of a campfire. And it happens gradually. It's not all at once, but I think slowly there's this feeling of heaviness. Like even the horses, like their heads start to just slowly kind of sag down, like we've been riding for days instead of just a few hours. Eyelids feel heavy, the breathing becomes more labored, and just when it seems like the group will fall asleep, you imagine even Mayor Logan is kind of slumped forward onto the horse. You hear this like very clear, sharp sound as Tegan begins to sing this like old world, like nature magic. It's not even, necessarily arcane in nature. I think honestly it's more fey. I think the longer the song goes on, the less and less it sounds like these are sounds that a human could make. And I think similar to kind of the heat distortion around the group, her eyes seem to almost shimmer as with every note the drowsiness begins to fade, and almost like a curtain parting, we see the veil disperse as we see Bronwyn's hut kind of wreathed in this magic. I imagine it's almost like little like fireflies almost, but they change colors. It's red, it's blue, it's yellow, it's green. It's beautiful, but also deeply unsettling and haunting in its own way.
Absolutely. And Naira, is this something that you have done in order to get this close to come to Bronwyn's hut? Have you sung this song before?
I think for Naira, it's a bit different. Instead of singing a song, Naira had to offer up music in a different way. He has a pan flute that he is adept with, and it's kind of a similar means, but that is his method that he got through originally. He may even pull said pan flute out while Tegan does her song and accompany the song as well.
Oh yeah. Both of you, please take a point of inspiration. And as this veil is finally kind of lifted and you are able to pass through the barrier, it's not much longer before you see Bronwyn's hut. A gargantuan snail shell sits in a grove of trees shrouded in mist. Corvids perch all around, cawing and watching with interest. Raised gardens of fragrant herbs surround the home. The opening of the shell is blocked by a wooden wall with a simple door and windows, exuding a dim light from within. Involuntary goosebumps ripple across any who enter the area. As you are approaching this hut, what are you doing?
I think Tegan just sighs as the like last note of the song kind of lingers in the air. And she kind of looks around at the herbs and the various like ravens and crows and stuff that have gathered around, and she just says, "It's so nice to be home. I don't get back here often enough." And she'll continue sort of riding the horse up towards the hut, maybe dismounting once we get a little closer to the door. I do think she'll be keeping like an eye out for Obadiah to see if he's around, just because, as you said, he's got some assholish tendencies. Um, but I think she'll actually say, by the way, if you see a giant black goat, just don't antagonize him. He's a bit of a dick. And she'll tie up her horse.
Ash is um hmm. Ash is kind of looking around and just observing everything, but she gets most hung up on looking up at the treetops. Are we completely covered by trees here, Jeremy, or is there openings to the sky here?
I would say that with this much of a clearing, that there are definitely little patches here and there. It's spotty at best, but you can certainly see like patches of moonlight here.
Ash is going to continue to approach the house, but one thing that she does do is as she's moving forward through all of these, she will she doesn't pass directly under them, but anywhere that there's a patch of moonlight kind of coming down through these trees, she reaches out and kind of runs her hands through them, almost like you would a waterfall if you were kind of like swooshing your hand under a fountain or something. And she just kind of drags her hand through the moonlight and then continues on to the next one.
So do we just go up and knock on the door, or?
Well, make sure to take your shoes off first, but yes, you can absolutely go up to the door and knock on it.
I think on our approach, I don't think Naira has any suspicions that Bronwyn has anything to do with what's happening to the children, but I think just for thoroughness sake, he's looking for things similar to this kind of headdress cloak thing that we've found. It's presumably Bronwyn's still a witch. It's a witch's hut. There's gonna be weird stuff around. But he's looking for something that's like extremely similar that seems like it would like this would belong with.
Okay. So you take a look around, and undoubtedly, like you said, there is a number of strange things that are around. There are obvious signs that the person who resides here is a practitioner of natural magic. There's various herbs that are hung to dry. There are bones that have runes carved into them. Above the door, there's like a dead curled like chicken's foot. All kinds of these little hints and details around that you can see. If you are taking a good look, then you can roll an investigation check.
This is where you grew up, huh? The decor is interesting.
Right? It's charming.
I used my inspiration because the first one was a nat 1. I got a total of 9.
Okay. Naira, you're seeing things left and right that remind you of, it's basically like somebody just leaning forward and going, witch, 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 witch. Like everywhere you look, there's these omens and signs that you're taking in. Ash, it sounds like you were also taking a gander. If you would, please roll me a D6. Two. Okay. You actually find, kind of outside of this shell, kind of leaning against, an awning to kind of cover it, there's a locked cabinet. It has a kind of iron padlock on the outside of it, and through the little gaps in the wood, you're pretty sure that you see what looks like maybe glass or clay, like vessels. It looks like there's a number of jars or vials or bottles or something that are kind of stored in here.
Is there any chance if I can tell if any of them look like the ones that Naira's been messing with?
I don't know that you can get a good look at them enough to be able to compare, because again, you're just kind of barely seeing slivers of them through the wood of the doors of the cabinet.
Okay. She'll look over at the locked cabinet and she'll look at Naira and say, "Don't break into this one."
I think as a change of pace, Naira knowing where he's at, knowing that he still owes Bronwyn an unknown favor, he absolutely, whether Ash really meant what was said or not, absolutely heeds her warning and will actually not go close to this cabinet.
I imagine in the process of avoiding going near this cabinet, Naira actually bumps into something else. And like it causes this kind of like domino effect of like several different items like clashing down to the ground noisily.
Naira was just the guy at the bar that knocked down the one motorcycle out front and they all went like right down the road.
The thing is, whatever he bumped into, he actually caught and saved from breaking, but the other 20 things that fell over,
Oh my god.
didn't
It's
fare
the
so well.
Goonies attic.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's
It's
chunk.
the Goonies attic, and you totally chunked it. Like, oh, saved it.
Maybe while we're here, I could ask my mother if she can help you with that, because my God, Naira.
All right. So is the crash takes place outside here in the yard. There is noise from inside the hut, and a woman opens the door to the hut. For those of you who know her, you see none other than Bronwyn the Black. She kind of stares in disbelief and probably a little bit of peeve that somebody is in her yard, much less knocking things around. She looks as if she is going to give a very stern admonishing before she sets eyes on Naira, where she looks a little confused at you, and then her eyes fall to Tegan. What are you doing here?
Hello, Mama. We came to see you. We have some concerns. Also, this is Mayor Logan. It's all right. He's fine.
Mayor of Rolandsburg?
Yes.
Is everybody from Rolandsburg going to turn up on my doorstep?
No, I definitely don't think so. I'm pretty sure we scared them off. It might have mostly been maybe Silas. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell when he's casting spells. Can we come in?
All of you?
Or just
She
me
kind of
and
looks at the group.
maybe Naira? Maybe not Naira. Maybe Silas? And Ash, of course.
Certainly, please, come in. Why not? May as well be running a bloody tavern.
Well, it's not like we were asking for food or drinks or anything.
She's already, returned inside, leaving the door wide open. You can hear her, banging, cookery around.
She's in a mood. Just be careful. she'll walk into the house. She'll I imagine with maybe the mayor. I don't know what he's doing. She'll walk
Mayor
into the house.
Pondil is kind of wringing his hands. Just beneath the frilled cuffs that his shirt has, kind of poking out from his jacket sleeves. He's kind of wringing his hands, looking about nervously. He does not stray very far from any one of you. The entire time that you're here.
Naira's going to closely follow Tegan and potentially the mayor if he's following Tegan. I should make it known that he is still carrying whatever he just caught from knocking over, being afraid to put it down. So he carries that, whatever it is, into the hut or house or snail's shell, whatever.
Bronwyn moves over to you, Naira, and kind of takes it from you and sets it down, and she turns and looks at you, kind of turns ahead, almost like a raven would, just slightly to the side. She leans real close to you, and she reaches up without any sense of personal boundaries, and she grabs a hold of your upper and lower eyelid of your right eye and kind of holds them open and kind of looks at the white of your eye real close. She reaches into a pouch and pulls out a pinch of this yellowish orange powder and blows it right into your face, which really makes it feel like you need to sneeze. Do you resist?
Naira is going to hold it in as long as possible. He is now very nearly deathly afraid of breaking anything else in this area. I don't know if he succeeds in holding it in, but he's going to try as long as possible.
Let's find out. Make a Constitution roll. Saving throw, we'll call it.
That's an 11.
An 11, fantastic. You try your best, your damnedest, to hold this in, but this sneeze is coming on strong. You're squinting, your nose is scrunching up, and you feel it building from your gut, and you sneeze, and you sneeze loudly. Bronwyn, who'd been kind of like narrowing her eyes, staring at you, studying you while you were fighting the urge to sneeze. And when you sneeze, she looks satisfied. You'll be fine.
What does that mean?
I think Tegan elbows in your head, say, just say thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you.
There we go.
I could have made him sneeze.
And,
Not like that, you couldn't have.
Naira, like, very, very, you remember, Naira's an elf and very unelven-like. Grabs, like, a piece of his tunic, shirt, whatever, and just starts wiping his face.
Silas, being from a noble background, wanting to be presentable, I would imagine him as he goes to cross the threshold of this hut, using his magic, basically will instantly clean his robes and his footwear to where, like, just basically like he's walking through a barrier as dirt and soil just wipe right off of him, like he's slick.
Anybody who would like to, roll me a perception check at advantage.
That was terrible. That's a 10.
I got a nat 20
Oh!
Okay.
with I guess with a 2, that's 22.
My eyes are still watering from the sneeze. I got a 5.
Perfect. Double 4s. Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
Ash is very distracted. She seems to kind of almost be somewhere else while she's in here.
There's a lot going on in this room, this hut, for sure. Hoarder comes to mind. The rest of a modern audience. But it is Silas who notices that tucked away in one of the corners of this interior of this shell, where there's obviously kind of been a bunch of like long draping fabric and like scarves and things that have been draped to kind of form almost like a canopy that kind of separates the space. But there's a bed back there. Obviously, this must be where she sleeps. But you see that there is someone in the bed. You can see a rise and fall in the mound of blankets and furs that are kind of piled on the bed. That definitely gives you the intention or the implication that there's someone sleeping. Well, you came all this way. I'm sure it wasn't just to see me.
I mean, it's been a while. I definitely am. I'm glad to be back. But we did have some questions. There's some concerns. That's why we brought Mayor Logan here. I imagine there's like somewhere tucked in amongst all this glorious mess. There's like a table and some chairs. I think Tegan will kind of like lower herself into one. There's some
definitely not ample seating in this room for everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I imagine even Tegan, with like how gangly and like just kind of stretched she is, kind of has to like maneuver herself. It's not very comfortable.
It's like a stump.
Exactly. There are some children from Rowansburg that have gone missing, and the townsfolk seem rather eager to blame you at the word of their new high priest. Lyle Rowan, I think, was the name.
She kind of like chortles and shakes her head. She goes over to these draped like scarves and cloth and like pulls them back. You mean these children? There are 7 kids that are sleeping in Bronwyn's bed, covered with blankets and furs.
I definitely think that like sets Tegan back for a moment. She like doesn't really know how to respond because she was so ready to believe that it was this priest or someone else nefarious.
Like lightly snoring They seem very at peace.
What? What are they? Why are they here, Mama? Why did you bring them here?
That's a great question. I didn't. Well, I mean, I brought them here, but not into the woods.
So
I
you just
found these poor babes wandering around lost. What if something ate them?
Well, right. Did they say how they got out here? Out into the
Kept
forest
saying
domains?
a demon came and snatched them in the night. Straight out of their beds. Brought them out into the woods and then left them there. All on their own. These children have barely seen 5 winters. What are they supposed to do in the woods all by themselves? More helpless than you were.
Sure, but I think everyone can see like her brow is furrowed. She's like trying to process all of this. Did they say what this demon looked like? I think Obadiah might have been wandering a little close to Roansburg. You might want to put him in a pen. But
she kind of gives you a face.
I know. I don't.
Do you think
it was,
Obadiah
no,
stole
no,
these children?
Of course not, Mama. But it's a little. I. What did they say this demon looked like?
I don't have time for this nonsense.
Naira's gonna hold up the mask and cowl, cloak, whatever we found.
She kind of like takes a step across the room towards it. What is this supposed to be?
We found this on the way here, hung in a tree. Seems to match, from what we've gathered, what the mayor said the reported demon walking these woods looked like.
Yeah, that's what they told me. Horns, yellow eyes. Yeah, it certainly seems to match.
Well, and there were a few blonde hairs in the mask, and according to the mayor, this high priest has blonde hair. Have you interacted with this Lyle person at all?
She spits on the ground. Fucking Roan. I knew he was taking the children. I just knew it. Couldn't prove it, of course. There's something not right with him.
What do you mean? I mean, apart from the obvious.
He's got it out for me. He asked me for poison. For a wolf, he said. Didn't give it to him. Lo and behold, now there's children turning up on my doorstep, and of course, everybody's blaming the witch.
He just had to continue it until the town was angry enough to come after you.
For what purpose? I'm minding my own business out here. Not bothering anyone. I'm saving their children, feeding them, giving them a place to sleep. All for what? So that they can burn me alive?
I think he's an insecure man who's just afraid of a strong, independent woman.
Well, that and, anyone that prefers privacy and pursuing their own interest is viewed as other, unknown, mysterious, dangerous. Pick your term.
Yes, but I think it has less to do with you and more to do with the actual people of the town. The armies, they manipulate, keeping the people here scared of the Hag's Eye Moon and keeping them believing that evil happens every time it turns up. It gives them a fresh round of control.
The Hag's Eye Moon.
Power.
It's so close. It's so close now. There's so much to be done.
It's exciting, isn't it?
That's one word for it.
Oh. Thought you'd be happier about that.
Look, I'm sure that there's a great benefit that will come from the convergence of the moons, but I don't have time for this business with these children. Will you take them back to Roansburg for me? Explain the situation.
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you. And she kind of turns specifically to you, Tegan. I want Lyle Roan brought to the edge of the forest or I can get a hold of him.
And I think Tegan smiles that wide, toothy, crooked grin, and she nods her head. Yes, Mama. I will deliver him to the forest's edge for the forest's justice.
She nods and, like, obviously pleased at this response. In exchange, I have a few potions lying around I can give you.
That would be
Here.
wonderful.
She starts like shoving like bottles and stuff like into whoever, in like the hands or arms of whoever just happens to be standing closest to the shelf that she grabs it from. In exchange, she's going to give you 4 potions of healing, a healer's kit, 4 potions of poison resistance, 4 vials of serpent venom, and a vial of sleeping draught.
I think kind of while these items are being handed out and sort of gathered, I think Tegan will look over to you, Silas, and kind of arch an eyebrow.
Perhaps I, of course, graciously thank you for the aid that you are providing us. It's more than enough. But I may have yet another favor to ask in exchange for helping you with this predicament.
Yes? What is it exactly that's ailing you?
And he like lifts his robe up his arm, and it's just this like blackened veins that kind of show through his pale skin. It looks just as black as ink as it just courses through. And then you could kind of also kind of see it creeping kind of up on his neck.
She crosses to you and kind of takes your, like, the tip of your middle finger in her, between her forefinger and thumb, and kind of like grabs a hold of like your tricep and kind of turns your arm almost like rotisserie style, kind of like inspecting it. It's pretty far gone. What exactly did you give in exchange for this?
It wasn't me. Somewhere along my bloodline, a deal was struck, but the bargain unfulfilled, and this blighted curse has traced its way through my bloodline, killing each one of my family members. And I am, well, just the next in line, I suppose.
Started to manifest when manhood set in.
Yes.
She nods as if she's kind of like understanding. You bear a dark gift. An ancient gift. I don't know that there's anything I can do for you. I can think on it, but my time is precious. There's a lot that must be done. If you want me to look into this, you're either going to have to wait or, well, you're going to have to make it worth my while.
Very well. We'll take care of the children and bring justice to the priest.
You
That'll
being
give
you make
me
sure
time to think on what would make it worth your while.
She nods again. You bring Lyle, that lion thieving bastard, to the edge of my woods, and I'll consider what you're asking.
Very well.
See, nice and fair. Easy peasy.
Now, Are you going to get these babes out of my house or what?
Right. I think Tegan will kind of walk over and just start like scooping up as many of these kids as she can, which is probably not many because she's not that strong. She'll look to the others and say, "Come on, let's grab these little ones and go."
Do it like the kindergarten class. Make them walk along holding the rope.
But they're sleeping.
Oh.
Shake them awake. Seems a little rude.
And these kids are sleeping. Like,
Mm-hmm.
when you're jostling them around, they're not waking up. Like, you might be able to like wake them up if you like try hard,
Right.
but just moving them, they are not waking up.
It's probably
Hello.
better that they're asleep.
How long will they sleep for?
Probably until the sun comes up. Maybe an hour or two less. She kind of looks at a like a small cauldron full of stew that seems like it still has a decent amount left in it. Some of them didn't eat well.
Understood. Ash, this entire time, like I said, she's been distracted and she's not at any given point looked directly at Brawlin. She's just kind of been in the room. She walks over and she picks up two of the kids, kind of grabs one and throws it on each hip and carries it outside to her horse. And she'll put the kids up on top of the horse and kind of call back in, bring me one more. Ask for a third, and then once the kids are on there, she'll pull out a thing of rope and she'll kind of strategically, very loosely and gently, not like hog tie them, but like kind of strap them in so they don't fall
Hanging
off.
from either side of the saddle.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just
exactly,
dragging
like
along
saddlebags.
behind.
She'll kind of like get a couple of these kids on her horse and strap them in, and then she'll fully with the intent of just standing and walking her horse out of the woods with the kids.
All right.
Naira has a 19th strength, so he will pick up as many kids as he can safely carry, and bring them outside, and just kind of stand there and see what Ash is doing, and maybe give Ash one of the kids he's carrying to tie to the horse, and then kind of like ask Ash to do the same to his horse with as however many kids he's got that we can get on his horse.
Yeah, she'll help him out.
There's definitely one of them that kind of like nuzzles up to your neck and like starts like playing with like the bald spot on your head, like subconsciously. Just like rubbing like the short hairs. You can tell that they're like, you know, dreaming and having like some kind of sensory experience there. Okay.
This kid's lucky that he's a kid, or he would be tied to the underside of the horse.
I do think kind of, because I imagine maybe Tegan only has like one of the children, if that. I do think kind of as everyone else is leaving, she'll kind of go over to Bronwyn and just say, "All right, Mama. Well, we'll hopefully be seeing you soon when we deliver this priest." Just kind of look out maybe in the direction where the others have gone, and then she'll say, "Is there a? Do you think you'll be able to do for Silas what you did for me, since it seems like it's the same sickness?"
She kind of looks in Silas's direction. When you were at your worst, it wasn't even halfway up your hand. I'm not sure that there's anything I'll be able to do for him. But if, she kind of looks, you manage to get him pulled to the edge of the forest, I'll make good on my word. You know I will.
Well, I know you will. I was just curious. I know I was much younger when you cured me, so all right.
That's
Well,
why
we'll
I'm
get
not
this
making
taken
any
care of.
promises to him.
Right.
It may be too late.
Fair. All right, Mama. Well, be safe, and if anyone comes knocking from Rowansburg, I mean, the veil will protect you, but just, not that I need to tell you this, just be careful.
You as well. You're going into Rowansburg to confront Lyle on his home turf, no less.
I mean, just kind of look out towards Ash. That one was sort of a godly type, I think, at one point before she left whatever was going on, some sort of deserter, and she's fine. She's great, actually. You should see her when she fights. It's incredible. I'm sure
She
money
grabs
will
a
be no
hold of like
problem.
your forearm, like just above
Mhm.
the wrist.
Mhm.
Don't ever, ever underestimate zealots.
I think
People that
Tegan nods.
follow
Yeah.
people that follow a faith
Mhm.
are sometimes willing to take it much further than anyone else. Tread carefully.
As you say, of course. I think she'll give Bronwyn like a little hug, and then she'll head out.
You would know, Tegan, that your mother she enjoys her isolation. She
Mhm.
is a lone wolf
Right.
here in the forest. So she's usually pretty curt whenever
Right.
there's people around, bordering on rude.
Mhm.
But she was distracted. Like, obviously, there's something that she has that is concerning her. That all of the rest of this might have been a bigger deal, would have commanded more of her attention if
Mhm.
whatever else that she's got going on wasn't like the majority of her focus.
Does it seem like that, because especially when she kind of grabbed Tegan's wrist to talk about zealots, did that seem to be a moment when she kind of like locked in, or was she still kind of distracted even when she was saying that?
Much more so, yes. She was much more fully present in that moment.
Okay. Yeah, I think just considering how she was raised and who Bronwyn is, I don't think Tegan's going to push on that. I think she'll just kind of file that away, and then she'll take her one sleeping child outside to join the others.
Okay. You have collected, again, a total of 7 sleeping children between the ages of 3 and 5. Just all wee babes. You have Timothy, Jamie, Kylie, Cece, Zachary, Leia, and Anya. And they are going to continue to slumber peacefully as you begin your return trip back to Rowansburg. And this is where we're going to take our break, I think. So we're going to take a 10-minute bio break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, walk your dog. And yeah, we're going to come back with the second half of part 2 of Ironclad Covenant Kidding Around. So sit tight. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are here tonight with session 2 of Ironclad Covenant. This session is titled Kidding Around. We are running an exhibition game for Ironclad Covenant, a book that has been put out by Buckstar Games. I highly recommend that you follow the link in the description below and go buy a copy of it. Support my friend Ben, who was kind enough to sponsor this game. This is a fantastic book. I'm having an absolute blast. This is my first time ever running a published adventure, and I'm loving how different it is, how much of a challenge it is for my usual prep method, and seeing how it runs differently. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm having a blast with the fantastic folks that I've managed to gather to be players in this game. So, as far as the game itself, we are deep in the Forest of Mains, a spooky, terrifying, dimly lit forest in the middle of the night, leaving the giant snail shell hut of Bronwyn the Black. We are headed back to the village of Roansburg, where a number of children have gone missing over the last couple of weeks, and their parents are understandably frightened and distraught. The party has found the sleeping children at Bronwyn's hut, strangely enough. And now, with varying levels of conviction, perhaps, they are returning to the village to maybe confront the local priest, who bears the name of Rowan himself. So, is there anything that you are saying or doing or that you want to touch on the journey as you're leaving Bronwyn's hut?
I think Tegan will look to you, Ash, actually. She kind of glances over her shoulder at the snail house, kind of contemplating her mother's kind of seeming distraction, but then she looks to you and says, Are you all right, precious Ash? You seemed a little off in there, little distracted. Is everything well? Are you all right?
Um, I'm fine. It's just witches and the like have a way of knowing things.
It's true.
And there's just things that I've done in my past that I wouldn't care for one of her type to know of.
That's fair. Do you feel guilty about these things you've done?
I don't feel guilty about it. It's just things that I know she wouldn't well, not approve of. Her approval's not a concern. More of it would most likely agitate her.
Mm. Does it have something to do with... I feel like I might have heard some whispers, some little birds talking about an inquisitor of some kind. Or a former inquisitor, I should say.
Mm. One thing you learn when you hunt is that oftentimes, especially with intelligent creatures, it's a small circle that they keep. Whether they care for each other's presence or not, they know of each other. And I've no doubt in my mind she knew exactly who I was. But I've also learned that oftentimes keeping yourself distracted with other things prevents you from thinking of the thing that you want, which makes it more difficult for them to read.
I think Tegan settles back in her saddle as she thinks about that, and then she says, Mother was distracted for a certainty, but, and she looks at you, Ash, and I think locks eyes with you as she says, if she wanted to hurt you because of something you've done in the past, she would have. I think maybe you are not absolved of your crimes. I don't think anyone but you can absolve yourself of what you've done in the past or whatever you think you've done. But clearly it was not terrible enough to warrant her ire, which is a good thing. For you, for me, for everyone.
I was less concerned about her hurting me and the position that would have put all of you folks, which I will not repeat this, so enjoy it this one time, Tegan. I have grown a certain level of fondness for. I was more concerned with what would happen if you all were put in the position to where it became an us versus her situation. And then what if it became me versus any of you?
Hmm. That's very sweet, Ash.
Stop it.
Ah, just warms the cockles of my heart.
You keep your cockles to yourself.
I'll try.
They really are sleeping, like whatever potion she gave them works well.
I don't think it's a potion. I think it's the veil.
I took it that she fed them something that put them to sleep.
That could be. Potentially, she did say a lot of them were underfed.
What are the chances that it really is the priest with the demon outfit?
I mean, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one.
She looks at the mayor. Are we going to have an issue?
An issue with whom?
With you.
With me? He says, like you could actually watch his ascot like move up and down as he gulps. Why would you have a problem with me?
So that's good. Never mind then, don't worry about it.
He has mastered the art of selective deafness. It's a very good skill to learn.
I've
Mayor
noticed.
Logan.
I'm very proud of him.
The things that you hear in the official capacity that I perform in Rowansburg, and not all things need to be public knowledge.
Well said.
Okay.
What are we telling the townsfolk about where we found their children? Are we telling them we found them with your mother?
Absolutely not. That'll be all the excuse they need to do something stupid. I think we tell them that we found them wandering the woods. They were lost, confused, and they were so tired, they just, once we found them, went to sleep.
Wouldn't the children tell them differently when they woke up?
That's my concern.
They've been through a terrible experience. They're confused, potentially. Although, if we wanted to potentially, well, I think we're going to have to deal with this high priest a bit more subtly. It'd be nice to have the townsfolk on our side, but I don't know if that's going to be possible since they love him so much.
What do you think would be a plausible explanation for where the children were, Mayor?
He kind of looks like he's thinking, kind of puts his hand kind of on his chin. Well, the testimony from the children, of course, will have a considerable amount of weight with their parents. So perhaps we show them the mask and explain that someone is to blame for this. And that we are not certain who it is yet, he says. And then maybe just gather everyone around for questioning. And that would include Lyra Roan, he says with like a little bit of nervousness.
Hey, Jeremy, I think I know the answer to this based on your artwork, but is the mayor does he happen to be a blonde also?
So he is like strawberry blonde. Yeah. Kind of a reddish blonde.
We're gonna show up and the whole fucking town's gonna be blonde, y'all.
It's all fucking children of the corn.
Blonde town.
Welcome to Stepford.
Oh no.
There's a good jeans joke somewhere in there, I'm sure.
Oof.
Oof, yeah. That's right.
Oof.
Bronwyn said that the kids would be asleep till nearly sunrise, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Or a few hours shy. She did mention that too.
Mm-hmm.
How close are we to sunrise currently, and how close will we be when we get back to town if things go well?
You were kind of arriving at the town just kind of at dusk, and you pretty much headed straight out to Bronwyn's place. So I think that you would probably be arriving back at town maybe a little after midnight. The witching hour, if you will.
Ha.
We could potentially solve this situation before. Well, I guess it depends on if the parents try to wake the children up, but potentially we could solve this situation before the kids wake up and have a chance to say anything.
Possibly.
I'm not opposed to that. We just need to find some way to get the high priest, potentially, from the town to the edge of the forest, which shouldn't be that difficult. Maybe.
It's too bad we can't just have someone sit out here in the woods and wait for him to come retrieve his outfit. But he's not taking a child every night, so who knows how many days till he's in next. Well, I say we maybe try to pick up the pace a little bit. Get the children back while they're still sleeping. That way they'll be out. Their parents will be happy. We'll give them the kids. And then we'll get that free room at the inn, or perhaps even the mayor's own house where he's putting us up for the evening. And
ooh.
Well, there isn't an inn. So, yes, my home is what I was offering for as long as you'd like.
Wonderful. We'll talk about it then. Maybe we'll just head out tonight and finish this.
Is your home, like, small, Mayor Logan, or is it a full-sized home?
It is a full-sized home, yes. Oh, you mean for... Yes.
Right, for a human.
It was not built in mind for a halfling, I can tell you that much. I have made some accommodations to make it more logistical for my needs. But most of the comforts that are available are there for hosting guests of a variety of sizes.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
You should be very comfortable in my home, I would think. Most of you, he says, kind of looking at Silas.
It's okay. Silas is never really comfortable.
I'm sure I can make do.
Okay. You ride on for a while longer, with these small children kind of tucked around you, again, lightly snoring, Several of them seem to be dreaming, but the sleep is peaceful. It is not fitful, even though they are, more or less trussed up to a horse in the middle of the night in an incredibly spooky forest. And soon, you find yourselves spotting the lantern light and torches from Roansburg. Most of the lights from the interior of the town themselves seem to have been extinguished, but you can see the perimeter lights kind of marking the entrance across the small little stone bridge ahead, bathed in moonlight. And beyond the few small houses, you can actually see what looks like a chapel. From the text: village is an overstatement for the dozen buildings that make up the steading of Roansburg. The chapel and its steeple stand out among the houses, barns, and animal pens. A palpable sorrow seems to have settled on this remote settlement. You can see as you ride in, there is a single rusted lantern kind of hanging from the kind of the archway that you ride beneath as you enter the town proper, just kind of swinging quietly by itself. Especially this time of night, the town seems to be bedded down, quiet.
The angry mob just decide to go to bed.
You don't see them currently.
Maybe they turned from an angry mob into a sleepy mob.
We have 2 sleepy mobs on our hands because we've got a mob full of children that are asleep as well.
There you go. I think Tegan will look to the mayor and just say, can you just point out the homes where these children need to be returned to, so we can drop them off with their parents?
Yes, of course. And he kind of begins leading you from house to house, where you are able to return these children to their ecstatic parents, who thank you profusely. And they shove all kinds of, like, breads and baked goods and sausages and things, just like heaping them onto you as thanks. With the last of the 7 children returned to their home, Mayor Pondil kind of looks at you and then looks at the chapel and again starts to kind of wring his hands. As I said, there are a lot of mayoral duties that I must attend to, and to be honest, I am quite tired. I've had a most extraordinary experience this evening. I am beyond moved that we happened to return the children, all safe and sound, to their homes. I was just wondering if perhaps this last part of this venture, maybe I could not be present?
Well, I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we were going to your home to discuss next steps. Are we going to the chapel right now?
Oh. Well, if you would prefer, then yes, I would love to take you to my home, and you can discuss what you would like to do next. I will make some tea.
Exquisite.
Which home is yours?
Oh, this one. He kind of indicates this somewhat larger, more nicely appointed house towards the kind of end of town. Here we are. He fishes a key out of his vest and goes over to the door, kind of mounts the front steps, unlocks the front door, and opens it. Please, come on in.
All right. She'll go in first for the group.
He starts to head straight through the main room. Please just find a place to sit wherever you would like. Like I said, I will fetch the kettle and put on some tea. If one of you would not mind, maybe rousing the fire.
Ash looks over at one of the wizards.
Yeah, Silas just
Perfect. It's like, I can't do that.
Fire's roused.
It bursts to life in the fireplace, and soon is a crackling, roaring flame. The inside of this place is well appointed. Again, this is a rural stead.
Mhm.
This is out on the fringes of civilization. So it's quaint. It's country, if you will. But it is well appointed, and it's comfortable, and it's clean. You can tell, even just by the way he's dressed, that Mayor Logan is a fastidious individual. Before long, you can hear that there's water starting to boil on a kettle somewhere in the room beyond, and you can hear him kind of moving about, clinking, again, earthenware jars and things like that. Is anyone hungry?
We got all this bread and sausage and other odds and
about to
ends
say,
from the
good
townsfolk.
luck.
I feel
Right.
like probably not.
Feel like Ash is probably just chomping on the end of a piece of bread.
I was until I started eating all these pastries people kept handing us.
Silas is just kind of like walking around looking at various knickknacks and whatnot in this house. This is quite the establishment that you have, Mayor. You're not. Are you from Rowansburg yourself?
Oh, no, not originally. But I've lived here for probably close to 4 decades now.
And alone?
Yes. It might not be from choice, he says, slightly wounded, and again kind of side-eyes Ash. Well, why do you ask?
I'm just curious.
Oh. Yes, I'm quite fond of Rowansburg. It's a little backwards, you might say, in some aspects. It is difficult to find challenging conversation. But it's a quaint little town. People are kind here, for the most part.
Are you elected mayor?
Yes. Yes, I've been the mayor for the last 5 elections. It helps.
Unopposed, or
it helps that there's not many other people who are interested in the position. But I like to think that even if that were the case, that I would probably prevail. And you can see like at that when he says it, there's like a darkening like of his like demeanor. Well, maybe not this next election. No, I'm certain it will be fine.
Running against you.
Oh, Lyle Roan.
Huh. Interesting.
Do you think so?
Yes. You know, it's just we've heard so much about this high priest. You know, he comes into town and now everyone loves him, you know, and now he's running against the incumbent mayor. It's just awfully busy man. And he's also throwing accusations around. When does he find time to sleep? Or shit?
What, he seems very like perturbed by like this forwardness. I wouldn't even hazard a guess. Sleeping, I assume he's asleep now. The chapel was dark whenever we rode past.
Hmm.
But yes, he is a busy man. He's the grandson of the founder of this city, the village, and he bears the name and the charisma, and he certainly came with deep pockets. I'll tell you that much. He paid for this chapel all on his own. He hired the workers and brought them in. It was swiftly constructed. It's the most beautiful building I've ever seen, I think.
What divinity does the high priest favor?
Taina, of course.
Would we know?
You would know.
Taina is?
Yes, you would all know. That Taina is a sun god. And there has been a shift in the old religion, which was monotheistic and also followed a sun god. And there's been a move back towards polytheism. And Taina is one of the pantheon of deities. Rosa is the original sun god. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Jason. And Taina is, like I said, one of the deities of this new mythos. But is also a sun god, as it happens to be.
I think Tegan, her mind kind of drifts back to sort of that final few comments from her mother about zealots, and she'll just kind of casually say, "So, High Priest of Taina, have you sat in on any of the High Priest's sermons? Have you joined his congregation at any point, Mayor?"
Well, yes. The whole town attends his sermons. It's really the only thing to do in Rowansburg, to be honest. But even when the entire town is in attendance, he kind of looks like he's embarrassed to bad talk someone. The pews are barely half full.
Oh.
The chapel's simply too large for a town the size of Rowansburg. I tried to tell him as such whenever he was building the place, but he didn't listen.
Hmm.
And he also built it directly in the middle of town, where we used to have the loveliest town square. Now, it dominates the entire the skyline of the city.
Not going to get more patrons if you're sending the next generation out into the woods to die.
You really think it's him? That he would be capable of such a thing?
Anyone is capable of anything if the circumstances are correct.
What?
Especially fanatics.
Especially fanatics.
What circumstances could there possibly be that would make taking children from their homes and dropping them in the woods the logical course of action?
Manipulating the townsfolk. Some sort of weird ritual. Blackmail? Storing them for dinner later? I don't know.
This is a question I've been thinking since we've left the wood. What would the priest gain by taking the children and dropping them in the wood? What would he gain from getting the town against Bronwyn?
I have a question, Jeremy. Would
Mm-hmm.
Tegan know? And she might not. I mean, she probably was not even alive the last time the Hag's Eye Moon rose. Would she know that Bronwyn? Like, what does Bronwyn do in preparation for the Hag's Eye Moon? Because while Tegan was very excited about like the mystical potential, it seems like Bronwyn had a lot of things kind of on her mind. Are there like protective spells or like any kind of like wards or anything that Tegan would know that she maintains in preparation for this particular celestial event? Is that something she would even know about? It's kind of
So
above board.
I think that there's probably not a lot that you have directly seen or heard if you weren't alive during the last time that it happened.
Right.
Or in her presence the last time that it happened.
Right.
But she probably would have told you some about it.
Mhm.
And again, there are definitely protective wards and things of that nature. But thinking back on it now, however much time that it has been since you last saw Bronwyn, you start thinking about it now, and the things that you saw gathered were not the kind of reagents or ingredients that make you think of protective magics. These were more like amplification magics, conjunction magics, combining power, drawing power, things of that nature.
Would Tegan know if Bronwyn has any enemies amongst the local witches, the other local witches, like, Sweet Benjamina or any other individuals that are kind of working in this region? Would she know that?
So you would actually probably be fairly familiar with at least stories of Benjamina, if you've not actually seen her once or twice before. Apparently Bronwyn had been spending more time with Benjamina over the last couple of years. And there's another individual that they simply call Grandma. And you have never seen this person, at least not directly. You might have seen them coming or going, but if you got close enough to be able to see, Bronwyn would have shooed you away. If you managed to even be anywhere near when you were younger, this woman probably terrified you.
What did she look like in the few glimpses that Tegan might have gotten of this grandma, roughly?
Again, nothing concrete. You would have seen a stooped figure.
Okay.
Maybe gray hair. That's really about it. Again, as a child, you might have even thought, that she was actually the biological mother of Bronwyn, for all you knew.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't think she's going to share that with the group, especially the, as you said, sort of the amplifying reagents in Bronwyn's hut. I think that is kind of different, and also the fact that the mayor is here too, and it's his house. I think that is a little sort of eyebrow raising. I don't think she's going to share that. She'll just sort of remain silent, kind of contemplating, her brow furrowed, kind of keep it to herself.
So if you think that Lyra is behind these horrific kidnappings, what do you mean to do with him? I know Bronwyn asked for him to be brought to the edge of the forest, but that hardly seems like justice if he is in fact guilty of doing these things.
I don't think you should concern yourself with that part of it.
Oh,
There.
very well.
Plausible deniability is powerful for you.
It is
Jeremy,
true.
would Ash know of this kind of stuff? Like, is this a familiar routine going into like these towns and stuff, building these cathedrals, kind of like, is this in all of the kind of things that she's had to investigate, which a lot have been related to witches, but some haven't and stuff, and just, but does this ever like seem like kind of a pattern?
Roll me a history check.
13.
Okay. I don't think that there is any kind of like discernible like pattern to speak of. It's not like this is an epidemic that is happening, you know.
Right.
But it's probably pretty obvious to Ash that this is a political move of some kind. Like somebody is moving into a place that doesn't have strong leadership.
Yep.
May, God bless Mayor Pondill's heart, but and is trying to establish themselves as an alternative, and has brought a deep coin purse to help.
Mm-hmm. What about this? Sorry, real quick. What about this? And I think I know the answer to this already, but I have to ask. What about this idea of like turning the townsfolk against like the local like witches and stuff in order to manipulate them into trusting them and like things like that? Is that like
So,
a common thing that she's used to seeing?
I mean, the church is notorious for scapegoating witches in almost any place that it becomes established. Witches are often kind of scapegoated anyways, but especially anywhere near the Hag's Eye Moon. It becomes increasingly prevalent. So it would not be unusual that somebody from the church was pointing the finger.
You were going to say something, Tamiko?
No, I was just going to ask, did anyone ever ask when the next election is? So Wynn will just kind of, she's looking as thoughtful as she can, and she says, when is the next election? Soon?
Well, it should be coming up. He starts to kind of count on his fingers. About 8 or 9 months now. Come to think of it, I should probably start campaigning.
Soonish. Well, I was just thinking, if a bunch of children in town went missing, whomever brought them back or organized getting them brought back, like, boy, they'd have a real good shot at getting that popular vote for mayor, huh? Wow, it's looking pretty good for you right now.
He kind of stops like mid tea pour. You think? Yes.
Of course, you're a hero. Well, we're heroes, but we're only passing through. So the real hero would be you.
Your
And,
quick wit.
and with Bronwyn taking care of the priest, you would run unopposed.
Oh. He kind of smiles. 6th term does sound rather nice.
And with no priest, perhaps there'd be no need for a chapel anymore.
We could repurpose the stone. We could build additional homes. Maybe a new bridge. He's like already like starting to like make plans in his mind.
Does
Yes,
this
yes.
all okay? Insight check. Does this all seem
Sure.
like brand new information to this guy, or is he just kind of like, well, yes, this is
Sure. Make
All
insight rolls.
according
funny
to
you should
plan.
mention. I never thought of this, you know.
Uh-huh.
$1
those rolls.
million.
$1 million.
I just rolled 2 of the same thing, even with inspiration. That's a
Fuck
14.
me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this check is gonna be up to y'all, because I got a 13.
Okay.
Ooh, I got a 7. Wait, were we rolling
Oh.
with advantage or not? No.
No.
I
Not
used my
necessarily.
point of inspiration. That's
Ah,
why.
that's-
Yeah.
Okay.
I got an 18 on insight.
An 8. All right.
18 on it.
Oh, an 18.
Yep.
Oh,
Gotcha.
that's considerably
Ooh.
better than an 8.
Naira
Yes.
got a 20. Nice.
Nathan got a
Mhm.
dirty 20. Hell
Dirty
yeah.
20.
Dirty 20s.
Okay, so both Silas and Naira, you realize that he really hasn't thought this through all the way. That he probably was resigned to losing this race for the first time in probably since he started, running for this position. He genuinely feels like Lyle Roan had this one in the bag. And what you've just given him is a complete and total game changer. And he's like rediscovering hope of possibly remaining mayor of this small place.
Tegan, Silas, are either of you able to use the mask and the hairs that we found to perhaps identify, lead us to the owner?
Silas is pretty good with hair, from what I understand.
Is he? Since when?
Took mine for something and said it would help, so
Ooh, practicing little witchcraft, Silas. Very interesting. I don't have anything that could, unfortunately, be used to track the mask's owner.
Yeah, it's beyond my skill set as well.
All right. Well, Mayor, most likely, in my experience, he's intending on taking your position in the town. He didn't build a chapel to service the people that are here. He built a chapel to service the people that will come once he gets into his position of power.
But
And
Lyle's always been so kind to me.
no, yeah, they do that.
You surely think he's so sinister? That so devious?
She looks at Tegan again and just kind of says over to them towards the mayor while holding eyes with Tegan. He's a zealot, Mayor.
But he's a man of the cloth, of the faith.
Exactly.
He seems confused.
There's a reason that they have that term blind faith. Sometimes
There's
it
a
becomes
reason.
all-consuming.
Mayor, there's a reason his pockets were so deep that he built a chapel twice the size of what you need in your town.
He seems as if he's considering this information. You can kind of watch the color kind of rise in his face again.
Bronwyn is not only an easy scapegoat to make himself seem like a hero to ensure he gets the vote, but she's also probably one of the strongest enemies that he has in the area right now. Because she would not be swayed.
To think that I welcomed him here to this town. We held a dinner in his honor.
Where is he from originally? Did you say?
Again, I'm not sure where he's spent the last few years, but he moved back to Roansburg a year ago. As far as I
Do I-
understand, he grew up here as a child.
Do Wynn or I know of him? With our backgrounds?
Hmm. You can roll history checks again, if you'd like.
Nat 20 for a 24.
Hell yeah.
5 with a -1 for 4.
It's also an impressive number, Tamiko.
Thank you.
Just impressive in a different way.
I do what I can.
So you don't, I don't think, directly know him, but you would have heard of the Roan family. Again, this town was founded by, 2 generations back, and they have no shortage of money. So if you've spent any time at court or around people who have, I'm certain that you have at least heard the name Roan before. If you have heard of Lyle, I would say with a nat 20 that you probably have. Probably not the best reputation. Kind of like a modern day equivalent would be like the heir of a hotel chain or something. Their child going to college and having a reputation for not behaving themselves.
He's kind of sitting here talking about the dinner and how he's always been really nice and stuff. She just kind of Ash gets up and she starts to wander in the room around the fireplace and stuff, and Lyle Rowan is, I have a feeling that the person he is showing you is not who he really is. He's a spoiled, rich heir to a bunch of money, and the things that I have heard he is done in his past. She looks at the mayor. Well, mayor, they'd make you blush.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. But if the plan is to remove him from his position as High Priest here in Roansburg, preferably to remove him from Roansburg completely, then you have my 100% support.
She just looks at the rest of the group. So what are we going to do then?
Find some way to bring him out to the edge of the forest, just like Mother wants.
All right.
I've got 2 ways.
You do.
Well done. Well
Let's
done,
hear it.
Naira.
Sure it.
I
Go
support your
now
ways.
under the cover of night and rouse him and tell him that the children have been found and that he needs to come quickly. I'm not
Or
saying it's the best plan. I'm saying it's a plan.
what we could do is maybe, since he... I can disguise myself to look like other people, as Naira knows. So I was trying to think, maybe something that would for certain draw him out, right? Because he may just say, oh, in the morning or whatever, and then make some sort of plan to, counter whatever it is we're trying to do. Something that would convince him to come with us and go out.
Why don't you pretend to be one of the children?
Could do that. That could work.
Say, I came back into town. Follow me into the woods.
I mean, I don't know if he would do that. That seems a little suspect, following a child into the woods in the middle of the night. I mean,
You could
maybe-
wear the the cloak and stuff.
That's a thought.
And there's the demon, right? To
Hmm.
get the demon. It's either that or maybe you can make yourself look like your mother.
That's what I was thinking, actually. So
Yeah.
maybe we say that she wants to talk to him, maybe to negotiate the release of the children. And of course, he'd probably jump on something like that, I would think, if he wants to paint her as a villain of some kind. And then we just jump him potentially. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing something like that. I don't know. Again, as entertaining as it might be to lead him out into the woods as a scary child, I don't think he's going to go for that. I know I
Another
wouldn't.
bad idea would be to have either the mayor go or have you disguised as the mayor
Hmm.
and go and tell him that we've caught the mayor red-handed in a plot where he was luring the children out into the woods because if it was me, I'd immediately say, "What? But that was me." Not out loud, but I would be confused and want to see what was going on.
Or to that point, maybe we say that the mayor found the children and they're talking about this demon. Maybe one of them is giving a vague description of a man with blonde hair, maybe someone that looks a lot like the high priest. Why don't you go and talk to the mayor? He seems a little confused and concerned to protect his own reputation, essentially, lest word spread that he is responsible for all this.
Does he sleep in the chapel or someplace else?
Yes, in the chapel.
We could always pull a sand point and light the chapel on fire.
Ooh, that's so sacrilegious of you, Wynn. I love it.
What if you did disguise yourself as your mother and just walk up and knock on the door?
I could do that.
He hasn't seen any of us.
Hmm. What would I be trying to do, though? Just to scare him, or
You need to talk to him. Then negotiate the return of the children. Like you said.
that could
Yeah.
work?
We also need to decide if we're going to try to prove to the townsfolk that it was him, or if we're just going to make him disappear.
Well, if we get him to the edge of the woods and let Tegan's mother mete out justice, I don't think that's something we'll need to worry about.
Well,
I
that
think-
Well,
that is a thing though, because like if the town just knows that Bronwyn disposed of the priest, that's gonna catalyst the town against her.
Well, they don't need to know. I think we just, if we wanted to go that route, I do get your point, Naira. That is something we need to decide. Do we want to basically figure out for a certainty that this is the person who did it? Because once we bring him to the edge of the forest, it's probably going to be gruesome and horrible and wonderful. So I think we need to decide now if we want to actually get a confession out of him. I mean, my mother could potentially do that before she does whatever she's going to do, but I think it depends on how much do we. I hate to say this, just gonna look over to the mayor. I hate to say this before looking back to the others. How much do we care about ensuring the townsfolk are confident in the decision we've made, or do we just make the decision for them and move on with our lives?
I'm more concerned with the lines Silas was bringing up, that we don't bring more hatred down on Bronwyn because the priest disappears, or they find the priest's body at some point, or anything along those lines.
I mean, I'm sure if we asked very nicely, Mother would ensure there's no body to find. I think we keep her involvement out of it, as far as the townsfolk are concerned. But
Pack up his
Well,
things,
if
forge a letter that says that he left.
That's what I was thinking. If we take care of it tonight and we take him to the woods, the kids can back up the story that the nice lady in the woods protected them. And we can say that we went, we brought them back and all of a sudden he's just gone.
He couldn't handle the guilt because he had cast aspersions on someone that was completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Woe is he, and he left.
Maybe we'll get to the chapel and just off to the side of the entryway, there will be a crafting room where he'll have several of these masks and capes and the like
Ooh.
there, and we will just have the evidence completely laid out for us that will show that he was the guilty party.
I don't know what aspersion is, but this sounds great.
Means
So it
like
sounds like we're going to
doubts.
the
Yes.
chapel this evening.
Yes.
Very well.
Okay. Going to the chapel and where?
Are we
Gonna
leaving
kill
the
the
are we
priest.
leaving the mayor in his home?
I feel like we should still put a tail on the mayor, even though he seems like a wonderful, clueless little dummy.
I mean,
But this is Tamiko's thoughts, not
Right.
He's like already
Wynn's
changed into
thoughts.
pajamas and like slippers.
he's got like one of those like
his hot
long sleeping
chocolate.
caps.
Uh-huh.
the little
He's
ball
like-
on the end of it.
He's like got his
Yeah.
feet up by the fire. Oh,
Like-
you would prefer that I go with you?
No, I think you should stay here. You're already, I mean, you look so damn cozy. It'd be rude to just drag you out of your home. And I think Tegan will kind of like make eyes at her satchel so that the others know she could leave Gwyn here with some kind of orders to be like, hey, if he leaves the house or does anything untoward, come and get me. You know what I mean? She won't be able to telepathically communicate with Gwyn because I imagine the chapel's more than 100 feet from the mayor's house, but she could just leave him there with orders to come and get her. So that way we don't have to worry about that.
Actually, the chapel's so big, one of the windows is right up against one of the windows of the mayor's house.
we see the high
Guys
priest
heard
like
the
just
whole time.
staring out the window like, what are you doing? I heard you talking.
He's
Talking
got
shit.
a cup on the wall.
Yes. That damn halfling. But yeah, that makes sense to me. So leave Gwyn here, and then the rest of us go to the chapel. We can either, maybe we investigate first before potentially luring him out with potentially the Bronwyn disguise, and then we can just kind of go from there. I think we definitely want to take a poke around first, though, before we do anything.
Okay.
I'm
With
not
that-
overly concerned about the mayor.
You're not?
And she's just talking out loud in front of almost like he's not even there. I'm not concerned about him saying anything or slipping on anything because the last thing I think he would want to do is piss all 5 of us off.
And my mother, she'd be
And
pissed
your mother.
off. Yes.
No, I don't like making anyone upset.
Such a little
You don't
bean.
like betraying trusts, correct?
Of course not. A person's word is all they really have in this world.
It's true. It's very true. We should go.
We should.
Okay. To the trees. Actually, to the chapel.
To the chapel.
Go into the chapel and we're
And
Here we-
gonna kill a
despite what chat says,
priest.
we're not going to burn it down. That plan got vetoed.
I mean, we don't have to necessarily do it right now, but maybe later.
I say the night's
No,
young.
no. They want to recycle the building to use for other good
Ah.
things, so.
It's got
Gonna
like
be the
this
mayor's
the
house
stink,
next.
the stink of holiness. Burn it.
Okay, chapel exterior. The bronze holy symbol of a sun sits above the oak front doors of this newly built stone building. The pungent spice of incense exudes from the structure into the uncanny stillness that surrounds it. An attached bell tower rises above the entire village, a side door indicating another entrance. It is dark as you arrive, and it is quiet.
I do think just for like bookkeeping sake, I imagine Tegan kind of like stashed Gwyn like under, I don't know, like a mailbox or something outside of the mayor's house.
Wheelbarrow.
Yeah, there you go. Just with orders like, hey, if he leaves or you notice anything untoward or eerie, just come get me, and then she'll join the others outside of the chapel.
We see like a front entrance and a side entrance.
Yes. Yeah, there's like a large oak door that forms the front entrance, which is like where the big bronze holy symbol is above. And then there is a side door that looks like it enters the base of the bell tower.
I think Naira is going to look to everyone else and just kind of ask, are we going in the front? Do we want to try the side? Or
Well,
do we want to split and cover both entrances just in case?
I've only seen a couple chapels. Don't ask why. But in my experience, the front is usually barred.
I think we go through the side.
Are we having you
Break and enter? Absolutely.
are we having you disguise yourself as your mother, or are we going in as is?
I think
It's an either or.
I think before we do that, we should look around. Maybe there's additional evidence, so we won't need to involve the disguise. At least not that particular disguise.
All right.
And I think okay.
Do I knock?
No, absolutely not. And I think Tegan will open up her jacket, and again, we see kind of one of the pockets like twitch as nothing. Her invisible mage hand is going to crawl out of her jacket and just kind of walk across to the door and just try to like test the knob to see like if it has a knob or a handle to see if it is locked or if it is closed, but not locked.
So the side door
The CD door.
is... I believe it is unlocked.
Oh,
I see neither confirmation or
denial.
no. Wait.
Oh.
Nope. Nope. It is unlocked.
Okay.
Executive decision made.
Done and done. Yeah, I think the mage hand will just kind of like open it just like a crack, like not enough for it to hopefully make any kind of noise or anything. And then Tegan will kind of sneak up. She'll pop the hood of her dryad skin cloak up and just kind of sneak up and just kind of like look in and see kind of what she can see. Again, I imagine it'll be pretty limited since she doesn't want to open the door too terribly much yet.
Wynn's gonna jingle a little bit on the front step and then say in her chainmail and say, maybe I should stay outside.
Might be a good idea to have at least like one or two people outside, yes. Jingle.
As the other person in the chainmail, Ash is going to take up the other side of the door.
I mean, it doesn't do any good when we're sneaking around, but like when we're running, it's very musical.
Mm-hmm.
In stereo.
In stereo. Clang, 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 clang.
Okay. So it sounds like Wynn and Ash are staying outside. Tegan is going inside. What about Naira and Silas?
I will also venture inside.
Naira will follow inside as well.
Excellent.
Unless told not to.
So I think for the most part, it's not terribly difficult. This is new construction. You know, it's pretty solid. Obviously, whoever built this knew what they were doing. This was a commissioned building. So I don't think that there's really any reason for anybody to roll stealth. Except Naira. bearing a curse. I'm going to go ahead and get a roll from you.
Did Bronwyn's weird powder not do anything to help Naira out? Oh, it's just weird powder.
She was detecting something.
That's an 8.
All right.
Can I give Naira my inspiration to re-roll that?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, that's a 19.
Okay. Naira, how do you almost blow this? And then Wynn, how do you save his ass?
Depends on how he almost blows it.
Exactly.
What is it? I imagine that they all go sneaking in, right? Like at the same time. Naira's in the back, and as Naira rounds the corner around the thing, what is it? He just hits a piece of pottery that starts to wobble on the table, and Wynn just super fast runs in and grabs it and sets it back up.
Excellent.
I don't think Naira even noticed that he bumped whatever this pottery was sitting on.
It's a trope, but it's a trope for a reason.
I'm here for it. I love it. Okay. We see a yes, okay. A cramped spiral staircase leads up into the bell tower. And there are 2 doors, one to the left and one to the right. The right sports a notable keyhole.
I think Tegan, almost like by instinct, will just immediately go over to the door to the right, and she will actually pull out, and just like this series of lock picks and other just like slender pieces of metal, and just hold it up to the air, and then they'll just start to levitate as the mage hand, because apparently with Arcane Trickster, it can also use thieves' tools. It's gonna drift over carrying the thieves' tools and start to actually pick the lock for her. I was so happy when my mother taught me how to use this spell. And she'll creep over just to sort of watch. I do think she's keeping kind of like her eyes kind of scanning around and just listening for any sound of like approaching footsteps or anything that would indicate that, someone is wandering around or something this late at night.
Okay. It is as quiet as a tomb here at the moment.
Ominous.
The only noises are the noises that you're making and the soft clinking of these thieves' tools that nothing is wielding. So, if you would, go ahead and give me that check. It would be a dexterity check, probably.
Yeah, I could do a sleight of hand, maybe, or I could just do a straight dexterity check.
Since it's a spell, what is your magic based on?
I believe it is based on intelligence, because it's basically wizard spells.
Then roll me an intelligence.
Ooh. All right, let's see. Oh my gosh, it's actually really good. That is a 17 plus 2 for a 19 total.
19. Hell yeah. Okay. So, you skillfully guide nothing to do his thing, and you inevitably hear the soft little of the last tumbler sliding into place.
Yeah, Mage Hand will float back with the thieves' tools and then float back and just kind of, I don't know if it's a push door or pull door, it'll kind of crack it open just a little bit.
You push open this door just a little, and you see that this is the priest's quarters. You can see that the priest lies snoring blissfully on a fine feathered bed. A full-length mirror, armoire, and desk complete this tastefully furnished room.
I guess Tegan will look to the other two, again, kind of pitching her voice low. The armoire? You think he would keep something, the masks, in the armoire, maybe?
I don't wear any.
Perhaps check the desk first. See if there's any missives.
That's a good idea. All right. Yeah, so she will direct the mage hand. I think it can get up to 30 feet away, I think is what it is. Let me double check this. Yeah, 30 feet away. So yeah, if she has to be like right at the door so it can do this, she will. But yeah, she'll send it to the desk first to see if we can kind of like open up any of the drawers, pull out any important looking documents or objects.
Let me see. Okay. The desk appears to be locked.
Okay. Do you want me to make another intelligence check?
Yes, if you would please.
Okey-doke. Oof, that is much worse. That is only a 7.
Okay. You are trying to repeat success with nothing going into the room, and now trying this desk. And as nothing is attempting this, one of the thieves' picks drops to the floor and kind of clang, 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 and the figure in the bed kind of stirs and rolls over.
I have an idea. Tegan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I look at Naira. Give me the cloak mask thing. All right. Tegan, using your mage hand, have this levitate kind of over the bed.
Okay. Yeah, she'll nod and kind of have the mage hand pick up the fallen pick, bring back the tools, pick up the mask, and just kind of have it drift over. Imagine like it kind of hovers for a few minutes, and then she'll just kind of like boop the priest with the mask to get him to wake up and see it.
I using minor illusion, since I can make sounds and it can copy voices, and hearing Bronwyn's voice, I will have it say his name.
Okay. There's a few times that you have to kind of like repeat his name. He kind of stirs a little, and then when the mask kind of boops against like his face and you repeat his name again, he kind of blinks a few times and opens his eyes, and then freezes and goes wide. Bronwyn? Is that you?
Rowan.
You see before you a well-appointed, even though he's in his sleeping clothes, definitely blonde, haughty man, who looks like he may have some elven heritage, maybe somewhere in his bloodline. He kind of reaches up and pushes his hand against the mask, trying to push it back. What is the meaning of this?
Question. So does the blonde hair that we're seeing on the priest, does it look the same as what we saw on the mask on the mask, Jeremy? Like as far as the coloration?
That's fair to say. Yeah, it's very similar in color and in length.
I think Tegan will kind of shoot you this look, Silas, that you used her mother's voice. And then I think she will, yeah, I think at this point she's just going to go for it. She will...
Who are all of you? What are you doing in here?
yeah, she'll kind of whisper under her breath, "I can change my shape like a snake sheds its skin. Now let the games begin." And she's kind of her body ripples, and she will make herself look like Bronwyn. And she will kind of open the door and just kind of like stand in the doorway. Hopefully, Silas and Naira can be elsewhere, or at least hide themselves from view, so that the only thing that he sees would be Bronwyn silhouetted in the doorway.
He's kind of like wrestled this shroud and mask like out away from his like immediate bubble, and has kind of like thrown it across the room and is looking around angrily. And when he spies you as Bronwyn, he says, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you here?"
Because you accused me of doing something I didn't do, Lyle Rowan. It is not wise to falsely accuse a witch.
You and I both know that just because you may not be behind the disappearance of these children, it doesn't mean that you're innocent.
I don't think you're innocent either.
Really? And what proof do you have, Bronwyn the Black?
I think she'll kind of have nothing, kind of bring the mask over to her and just kind of like pluck it from the air. Your hair on this mask. The children describe a terrible demon that looks just like this. The visage of this mask.
Child's toy. My hair, are you certain that's what you want to try to convince the entire town of Rowansburg? Is some form of connection that I would have stolen their children? And what? Given them to you?
No. I think it will make them suspicious, though. They'll start to ask questions. They'll start to doubt. Your reputation will be tarnished for a certainty. And the next time you start blaming witches, maybe people don't light their torches or brandish their pitchforks quite so quickly.
Again, you have no proof? Hair? I think not. Come, Bronwyn, you're smarter than that. You know, if you were to finally procure the poison that I asked for, perhaps I could make the villagers begin to look elsewhere, to blame them for their tragedies.
Ah, yes, the poison for your wolf, was it?
He kind of straightens a little. Yes. A wolf.
I feel like I don't need to, but could I make an insight check to see if it's actually a wolf?
Sure.
Why not? Ah, it's 14.
Yeah. Um, it has nothing to do with a wolf.
I think even though, again, she's very, not unhappy, but just aggravated that her mother's been kind of dragged into this in this way, but she was already kind of anyway by the priest. I think she'll actually nod and then say, "If you swear, give me your word as a devotee of Taina, the sun goddess, that you will no longer point the townsfolk like an arrow at my heart. I will take you to where I have the poison. It's already brewed. But you need to promise me now, and you need to come with me now, and I will give it to you so that you can deal with your beast."
Roll me a deception.
Who? My charisma is not that high, surprisingly. Oh my god, that's another 19. 17 plus 2.
Okay. He stares at you with these kind of like narrowed eyes that are like the color of the sea. Like he's trying his best to pierce straight through you, to see through your what he is certain is deception.
Mm-hmm.
And he studies you for a long period of time. Very well. You are sure that it's a potent poison?
I think she doesn't even respond because I think she knows her mother would not put up with someone questioning the skills of her artifice, of her magic. She just kind of stares at him like, really, you idiot? You're going to ask me that? Come on.
And I don't mean sleep. I mean a more permanent situation.
I am aware. Now, are you going to continue wasting time with stupid questions, or are you going to get up, get dressed, and come with me?
Very well. He will begin to get dressed. After you leave the room, of course.
Yeah, I think she'll just kind of like step out, but she'll leave the door open, but she'll look to Naira and to Silas and just kind of gesture like maybe, I don't know, leave. You know what I mean? Like leave and join the others, and maybe trail the two of them as they go to the woods, potentially.
Yeah,
Unless you have another
absolutely.
idea. Yeah.
No, that's probably the best. Remain out of sight as best we can. So
I agree. I'll follow Silas out.
What do the two of you say to Ash and Wynn, if anything?
I would think we would let them know that we've Tegan has taken the form of Bronwyn and has convinced Rowan to follow her to the wood. We will trail behind, but be ready to intervene should something go awry.
It's unfortunate we didn't have time to search the chapel. Find any evidence.
Best
Who do you
laid
think he's
plan.
going to poison?
I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe perhaps Tegan can keep him talking.
Perhaps. I'm not good at
that
stealthing.
Not that it's a very good idea, but one of us could stay behind and search while the place is empty.
True.
Um,
I mean, me and Naira can continue to follow Tegan, and you two are just stay here. Just wait for them to pass. Then you can go in.
I've been trained in investigating and doing this kind of stuff, so when go with them and keep them safe. I'll poke around in here and catch up.
Do we have any way of communicating over a decent distance?
Yelling.
All these casters, no message, huh?
Yup.
No message.
There is a bell tower.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, ring the bell tower.
1 ring for shit, 2 rings for more shit.
If I find any evidence, I'll ring the bell once randomly.
We need any help, I can put a sign in the sky, so to speak.
Send up the ash signal.
Yeah.
Bjorn.
Okay, so it sounds like Ash is staying back, and the rest of you are escorting Rowan, or y'all waiting elsewhere?
We're trailing.
Trailing.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
trailing. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Tailing.
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 ¿Por qué no
Tailing.
dos?
Follow that priest.
So he finally comes out of his chambers, overdressed for the occasion, wearing like his vestments, and looks at you, Bronwyn, and says, "Are you talking to someone?"
My familiar.
Ah, yes. He kind of like says with disgust, "The creatures that you have formed some kind of dark pact with
I think she'll just turn and start to walk away.
He definitely kind of like looks both directions before like exiting the side door. Pulls on, despite his vestments, pulls on like a dark gray like cloak over his clothes and pulls his hood like up over his head. We should be quick about this.
I am
Should
aware.
not be seen in your company.
And I think Tegan will do the same. I imagine like the illusory Bronwyn is wearing like similar clothes to what she would normally wear, but she'll like pull up a hood and start to move towards the outskirts of town by like as many discrete routes as we can. Like if she can avoid the main roads, that would be ideal. But also I think maybe like every now and again she'll like touch a stone or something. Maybe there's like some kind of sign that she can leave for the folks that are trailing to keep up, essentially, without being too obvious.
You head out of Rowansburg, back the direction that you traversed not that long ago, with the priest Lyle Roan in tow. He seems perturbed to have been woken in the middle of the night, drug out here, but he seems eager to finally be getting what it is that he wanted from Bronwyn, quote unquote. Why is it exactly that you must drag me all the way out here? You know I dislike that shell that you live in.
I'm not taking you to my home. Are you insane? I've stashed the poison somewhere else, near the edge of the forest.
What exactly did you make this poison from? Some sort of root? Flower? Some kind of ground up intestines?
Why are you asking so many questions? It'll do what you need it to do.
Didn't Tegan just read some of that book of alchemy?
That is true as well. I mean, if he really pushes, she'll try to trot something out. But yeah, I think right now she's taking the more like, really, you're doubting me? I'm Bronwyn the fucking Black. You don't fucking doubt me. You know, that kind of thing. See if that's enough to put him off.
Very well. Not like I would debase myself with trying to replicate such a dark, ritualistic magic rolling around in the dirt and the mushrooms.
I think like underneath the disguise, like Tegan's eye is like twitching, and she's like, "Oh, this guy." But she won't say anything. I think she'll just continue walking towards the edge of the forest, hoping the others, sans Ash, potentially are following.
You near what you would know is kind of the true edge of the forest, where civilization and the protections that it might boast to provide are kind of out of reach. Beyond is the true kind of wild of the forest of the mains. You can already feel the presence of your mother nearby. It permeates this part of the forest anyways, but you very much feel it as if you're kind of like walking up to like a fence around a yard or the front door of a home.
Mm-hmm.
So you realize you are approaching like the threshold of the edge of the forest.
Okay. Yeah, I think she'll kind of, because I imagine with him being a holy man, he may feel something similar, but in a somewhat reassuring voice, she'll say, "Almost there. Keep walking." And she'll continue moving.
This place is sick. It is ill. If I knew how to cure it, I would.
Mm.
As you cross this threshold,
Mm-hmm.
more importantly, as Lyle Roan crosses this threshold, impossibly long strands of black hair lash out of the darkened woods, twisting around Lyle. As he begins to scream, he is gagged by the inky tendrils. Bronwyn's pale face appears briefly in the tangles of hair. My thanks, daughter. I will be seeing you.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing you see is the panicked whites of Roan's eyes before they vanish along with the hair into the now deathly silent forest. The smell of wet earth becomes a bitter taste on the tongue. Once again, we find ourselves in the blackened flowstone walls of this place of power. We see this projection of what has just played out, projected onto the wall in vivid detail. Once more, we trace those beams of light back to find the severed Fae's head in its cage, as a hand pulls a cover over the cage once more, and a figure begins to leave the room that contains this object. And we see the stooped frame of an old woman with gray hair. That is where we're going to end our session. Whew, we did it, y'all.
Good.
So good, Jeremy.
So good.
Oh my god.
So good. So good. I hope
that's-
we were right.
I don't even care. Mother is pleased.
No. Oh my god, chat, if you could have seen the back chat, we're like, is it the mayor? No, it's the priest. No, it's the mayor. No, it's the priest. We don't know.
Indecision.
That was,
Everyone's proficient in that skill.
We could have just killed
Right?
them both.
Fantastic. No small part due to Ben's incredible writing, the way that he has woven this story and presented it in the book. Again, just making everything just right where you need it, like at your fingertips, and making it so relatable and understandable. The few published adventures that I have read through before usually confuse the shit out of me. As far as like how to piece together exactly what's happening. But I have really enjoyed kind of finding places where I can hint at the larger story of what's going on in this book, while still respecting the time constraint that we have. And I'm really happy with what y'all did with this session. I was worried at the amount of content that we had to go through, but I think we did a hell of a job, team. So, way to go. Okay, I'm going to pass things over to my players so they can give any kind of parting words that they would like before we tuck everybody in for the night. So we're going to start in reverse order with Tamiko.
Hey, y'all. Great playing today. Don't forget to come back for the 3rd episode, not next week, but the week after, I think. Is that right?
I believe that is correct.
I
2
like
weeks
to
from
say
tonight.
things
Yeah, I
with
think
my
so.
whole ass, not knowing if they're correct or not. But yeah, in the meantime, if you want to see more of all of this, catch me over at Mini Terrain Domain. That's all I got.
Hell yeah. Again, it was a hell of a session last night. It was such a tremendous way to come back from the hiatus that we were on for Paradise. That game and the people that play it and Jake who runs it, it's just a tremendous chemistry between the group. A lot of fantastic players. My heart goes out to Chad, a brother from another mother. Yeah, so definitely go check out MTD. Tamiko is wonderful as always. You're my boo. All right, next up, speaking of my boo, Jason.
I always wanted to be someone's boo. Anyway, yes, I have been Jason Osorio playing Tegan Hemlock, and as always, thank you, Jeremy, so much for running this, for hosting this. I know you had some, like you said, some concerns about us getting through all the content, but it felt like no time passed at all, and it feels like we got a lot done, to be totally honest. So yeah, excellent job, and of course, thank you to all my fellow players for even though we were trying to push things a little bit, though it didn't feel that way at all. There was still like nice little character beats and character moments, which is one of the best parts of TTRPGs in my opinion. But yes, please, if you are not already subscribed to the Erasmus Expeditions or Mini Terrain Domain, please subscribe to these wonderful people and all the games they play and all the fantastic stories they tell. And again, this Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Erasmus Expeditions, the second part of Boomtown, One in the Chamber, our fiasco game. It's going to be gory and terrible and probably pretty sad, but in just all the best ways. I'm very excited because I have the privilege of playing in that along with Jeremy and some other amazing folks. So yeah, I think I will leave it there. And again, thank you so much and have a wonderful weekend. What a great way to start the weekend.
I could not agree more. I love kicking off a weekend with a game. But yes, I'll be ending the weekend with a game too, which will be also fantastic. What a great way to kind of start the week. Because, trauma and tragedy are really fun as long as they're in a role-playing game.
The webs are exploding dramatically.
it's true. And again, somebody's going to die, if not a plural. But that's one of the joys of Fiasco. If you like really heavy...
Most people die.
It's true, absolutely. Yeah, if you've never seen Fiasco, if you like narrative-heavy gameplay, I highly recommend that you check out Fiasco Classic, I believe is actually what it is now called, because there's a different version of Fiasco now. And if you still aren't sure, then stop by on Friday. Find out if it's something you like. Speaking of something you like, next up is Nathan.
Jeremy, thanks again for running a great game for us, and thank you guys for playing and letting me fall into Naira, who is not at all what I intended him to be. I did not make this character intending to be the comic relief, but I've kind of fallen into my role of the party, and I don't mind that at all. I kind of mentioned that last session where I never really know exactly what direction my character is going to go until I get in the party and meet the other players and kind of fill out my own place in the party. And I think Naira is falling into that role and bringing a little levity to this dark setting. I will say this. I'm super enjoying this setting, and I would really like to actually get to fully explore it at some point. So if anybody out there decides to run it, let me know, because I would like to play a more edgelordy character and explore the setting a little bit more. But I'm glad to be here for what we're doing and getting to be involved in this playtest and get to at least be some comic relief and go for what bad jokes I can. You guys are awesome. I am so happy to have been a part of this. I can't wait till next session. And I will be back on Jeremy's channel Tuesday if all things go to plan, and we may not be having one in the chamber, but we will be back in Caldera, and it looks like we're heading towards a canyon that may or may not have some monster lurking in it, so we'll see.
Yeah, man. Caldera Thunder Ridge is another game that I'm very excited to be getting back to. We didn't get to play last time, so it's been a little while since we've gotten to play. And yeah, Coalbox Canyon is a place that I've had planned for a while in that campaign, so I'm very glad that y'all decided to kind of go back to that. Yeah. And thank you for being willing to be the comic relief, even though that was not what you had initially had planned for. I think it takes a rare kind of player, a rare kind of role player, to be able to understand that there is not simply a role that you play within a mechanical makeup of a party, but there's also a role that you play at the table or in the show, the cast, if you will. And comic relief is usually something that needs to be present in some way or another. And I think that it can be difficult to play that part well without detracting from the overall tone of, you know, what you're going for. And I think that you do that beautifully. So I'm happy that someone ended up getting cursed. And I think that you've been nailing it, Nathan. So thank you for being a good sport.
It's like I was saying in our side chat. My dice are cursed anyways, so if it just fits. It's perfect.
Hell yeah, I agree. Speaking of perfect, next up, Kenya.
Wow, Jeremy, you're about to make me blush. I having so much fun. This is so great. I bought my copy of it last week, like I said I was going to, but I have not read any of it because I won't until we're done here. I do want to run this for some of my friends. Start a little group up. So if I do that, maybe I'll hit you up over there, Nathan. We'll get you in here. I'm having so much fun. This is such a fun setting. I can't wait to see what the third session brings us. You mentioning Caldera made me think of one of my favorite like characters I've ever played in a one shot that I've done was my Minotaur Barbarian Belmia that I played in your Caldera game one time, and she was just so much fun. I always enjoy your one shots, your campaigns, everything. You are a great storyteller, and as Chat was saying earlier, Jeremy puts on the intro cutscene voice at the beginning of a session, and everybody just stops and listens, and it is a real talent you have with your ability to do that at the beginning of every session. It's really a great part of the games that you run. But I'm sure we got the right guy. I'm sure. I'm sure. I think.
Certainty is a luxury.
It's fine. It's fine.
He deserved it either way.
Exactly.
Oh, mother.
He was snooty and haughty at the very least. Thank you, Kenya. That's very kind of you to say. Again, like I enjoy that part of it because I don't get to write as often as I used to. So that's the method that I get to scratch that particular itch. And the fact that I get to kind of lend that as hopefully something that garners further investment or immersion, which is something that I'm always chasing as a game master. It's good to know that it's doing what I'm hoping that it's doing. So thank you. Yeah. I love this game. This is fantastic. I definitely agree that this is a setting I would like to explore more. I've always really loved Gothic horror. And I think that this book has a lot of really, really fun, inventive stuff in it. That I'm sad that we won't get to see in this particular iteration, but it's okay. That just means that there's more enticement out there. So go get you a bite, a snack. Speaking of a snack, last but certainly not least, Alan.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone here at this table for another wonderful night of D&D. So thanks for having me, and it was wonderful playing with all of you. The writing in this adventure has been really good, especially this session with the inner politics of various different factions of going on in here, and not really knowing who to point fingers. I mean, we pointed plenty of fingers and we're wrong at least twice. So, but I think also to that, an adventure can be really well written, but I think it definitely needs a game master who can pull that off. And Jeremy, you're nailing it there, man. If you have us all guessing, did we get it right? I think you did your job right. So, that being said, as everyone's echoed here before, subscribe to the channel. Plenty of great content on there, more new content coming out. And Jeremy is a fantastic game master, and he's got great groups of players that are bringing their A game every time. So thank you again for having me, and I can't wait till our third session. So.
And I did check, it is 2 weeks from today.
Perfect. Thank you for confirming that. I was pretty sure that's what it was, but I'm glad to know for certain. Again, certainty is a luxury. But, thank you very much, Alan, for those kind words, man. Again, I am always trying to find ways to immerse players, to kind of take you out of the here and the now of the real world and get you into the situation where the line between reality and fantasy is blurred for just a little while. Because that's when good role players turn into excellent role players, as showcased in this game. You really start kind of like gelling with everybody and playing off of one another, and in the little bit that I'm able to kind of give you, and it's always amazing as a game master to have some material prepped, to present it to people, not really knowing exactly where things are going to go, and being surprised at the outcome, but it still being something that you're excited to build off of and continue forward, even if it wasn't necessarily where you thought things might go. Again, Fiasco is a prime example of that kind of thing. It's just a constant, I don't know, you have to be on your game. You have to think fast, and that's very entertaining and stimulating for me. So the fact that I get to kind of underhand pitch some really juicy story bits that I know that all of you are going to just sink your teeth into, it's a lot of fun seeing how you're going to surprise me again and again and again and again. So thank you, all of you, for being those kinds of players, for being the kinds of players when I have an opportunity like this that I can come to you and you will graciously accept the invitation to come and make this game even better than it would be otherwise. So thank you. For all of you who tuned in tonight to watch with us, whether you watched live or whether you may be watching at some point in the future, thank you. Thank you for coming to the channel and spending some of your time here. I know everybody's time and attention are very precious things. So the fact that you're willing to spend 4 hours now going on here with us, it really does mean a lot to me. So thank you. If you did like the content that you saw, please do all the stuff that the YouTube algorithm responds to. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, leave a comment. Go follow the link to Drive Through RPG. Buy this book. It's filled with fantastic material. Ben is such a good game designer, such a wonderful writer, and as it just so happens, he's a stellar human being. He's a good friend of mine. So go support him. Show him some love. And then run this for your table. Talk about it. What else? Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone else. I work in retail, so I can tell you when a customer comes in and they are kind, it makes all of the difference in my day, because that's rarer than you might think. So, kindness costs you absolutely nothing. It doesn't cost you a thing to be kind to someone else, and you have no idea what might be going on during their day, their week, their month, their year. And if you can give someone for free something that could offset what they might be dealing with, again, that's easy commerce. That's an easy scale to balance, in my opinion. So go out, be kind, because incidentally, that's also how we change the world, is by being kind to one another. No way of getting around it. So, unless, of course, they're a fucking Nazi, in which case you should wrap them in their fucking flags and push them off of a long hill. Okay, I don't think there's anything else that I need to plug. I do want to say a massive thank you again to Ben. Ben, this book really is genuinely something else. You've done a fantastic job with the first several books that you've put out, but I think that you really outdid yourself with this book. And I sincerely appreciate the fact that you thought of me and my channel to showcase it in this way. It's huge to me that you gave me this opportunity and that you're watching along with us while we're playing through it. So thank you. Much love to everybody. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.